was a transient LCC violation, so transponder 1 had a demodulated SNR estimate that went down to 2 dBm. When it should have been between 10 and 13, it is now back up to 12, but we did lose that for just a moment. It does not appear that we lost our bit sync or carrier lock, which would be indicative that we lost our lock with the vehicle. So at this point, recommendation would still be go. However, we do have a pre-planned contingency procedure if we want to look at that. But again, this is transient, so we're back in a nominal range.
Yeah, us taking a look at the data right here, looks like that was a single sample.
Yeah, copy that. RFTS does report that they also lost lock for about 5 seconds. So I would love to ask KUS and see if they also lost lock with the vehicle for any extended amount of period.
Yeah, so from our perspective, the allowance is effectively up to 30 seconds, up to 3 samples based on the 1/10 hertz. This is not an LCC violation, I believe.
Yes, sir. I would agree with that at this point. Copy that.
We'll check in with KUS on 232. I don't think they have 212 access. We're trying to verify, but it sounds like they have a loss of lock as well. About 2 seconds.
Okay. And I guess for both KUS and COSE, do we have lock now?
That's affirmed. We do have lock for COSE.
Yeah, so from the integration console perspective, we did have a temporary loss there within the allowable, and per the requirement, let's go.
And this is Houston Flight. We have lock and we have good telemetry here in GSE.
And KUS is reported to they have good lock now. So with all of that, OSC, then are we in a go configuration per your LCC?
Yes, sir. Recommendation would be go.
Okay. LP, you concur with that?
Yes, sir. LP concurs go.
And launch director?
Yes, sir. Launch director.
7 miles a second.
When humanity sets big goals, we can bring together genius from around the world.
You have the best people on planet Earth putting this vehicle together.
That's what's up.
To innovate for the benefit of humanity and to inspire the world through discovery.
And here we go.
Welcome, and thank you for joining us live from NASA's Kennedy Space Center, where we are beginning a new chapter in America's human spaceflight story. We are so humbled to have thousands of people here in person to witness this, and the many more watching online from around the world. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz, and this is NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers.
Thanks, Megan. What a historic day to be here.
What a historic day to be here. Obviously, for what we see right behind us here, the SLS rocket and Orion spacecraft on Launch Pad 39B. Artemis II is a nearly 10-day flight test to prove NASA can safely fly astronauts around the moon before attempting to land on it in just 2 years, hopefully.
Yes, like you said, it's a test flight, so we're going to put humans on this rocket for the first time ever, and we're going to test out the systems on board and hopefully get around the moon.
And why does NASA want to return us to the moon?
And we want to go back for scientific discovery.
MMTs go.
Thank you, John. And Integrity Launch Director.
Good Air Voice, Charlie, PLT.
Thank you, Charlie. This is Victor. We are going for our families.
MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2.
This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity.
All right, Charlie, your Artemis II crew is go for launch. Full send.
I copy that. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. On this historic mission, you take with you the heart of this Artemis team, the daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe, and the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis II. Let's go. Sir, you have a go to proceed with countdown.
Copy that. I'll put it in work. CDR, NTD.
Go.
Gear risers and initiate short purge per your EPROC 10.1.1, steps 8 and 9.
10.1.1, 8 and 9 going to work.
Copy. CVSE and start and verify recordings of our Orion cameras.
You heard an issue, worked in real time with telemetry lock on the Orion. It was transitory, it was very short. They checked the data, confirmed that they had a good lock. This was with the S-band transmitter on the Orion. Worked through that issue, looked at the data, and cleared it. All with the world watching.
All right, and we're clear from cutouts. And with that, we're going to resume the clock momentarily. And CGLS, you can resume the clock on your mark.
GLS copies. 3, 2, 1, mark. GLS mainline has been initiated.
T-minus 10 minutes and counting.
And that begins terminal count. Our new T0 is 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. We are now counting down to liftoff of Artemis II.
GLS is go for crew access arm retract.
And there you see the crew access arm moving away.
GLS is go for ALS.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched. Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston, now controlling the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high.
On time, passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the alternate beacon. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on the 4 main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour. Mission elapsed time, passing 1 minute, approaching max Q.
On, Ponce de Leon.
Stan, we have you loud and clear on Ponce de Leon.
Have you the same?
Communication signal transfer confirmed as Integrity and its crew go supersonic. Approaching 90 seconds into the Artemis II mission. Integrity is 14 miles in altitude, 8 miles downrange, traveling more than 2,600 miles per hour. Minute 50 seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation, expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark. We see throttle down. Confirmed separation. Main engine's throttling up, guidance converged.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready.
Copy all, Stan.
Integrity, SM priming complete.
SM priming complete.
3 minutes into the flight. Integrity, 49 miles in altitude, 78 miles downrange. Now passing
4 p.m. Eastern Time until 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time. Winds are good. The lightning risk is low. but scattered showers still remain possible around the Cape and including near the pad. So the expectation is that there'll be some more active weather coming our way, but we're expecting it to push to the west. So the watch item is really any isolated shower that could briefly move through the area and trigger a constraint, especially for flight through precipitation. We're looking now inside the astronaut suit-up room, and of course we got the 4 astronauts there. They talked to Charlie Blackwell Thompson today, and you know, everything looks good there. We're tracking one minor NC issue at this point. We'll talk, it's a non-conformance. We'll talk about that a little bit later in our next hit. But for now, again, looking good. And of course, our administrator for NASA is here in the firing room. He checked in with the launch director, chatted with her for several minutes, and he's here in the firing room, which is a good positive sign, of course, for the day. That's it for the firing room. We'll send it back now to Megan and Nicole.
Daryl, thank you so much. Yeah, let's get back into the suit-up room here, where we now have a shot of all 4 astronauts, and it appears all of them are undergoing their suit leak checks. Can you talk to us about what that is, Nicole?
Sure, yeah, you can see, you know, as the suit expands, that we're going to pressurize those suits. So in the case that we need it, if we lose pressure in the capsule, those suits will protect the astronauts and keep them pressurized and keep them survivable. So these guys are going to hold their breath for about 10 seconds. You know, any movement in the suit could cause changes in the pressure, and so we want to get a really nice, precise, accurate measurement on the leak check. And so they'll hold their breath. You know, even just their heartbeat could potentially make some differences in those super sensitive sensors there. So you can see the red and blue valves there, the air in and air out, and it looks like Victor just had a good leak check.
Yeah, and actually they do 3 leak checks, again, just to get an average reading to say, hey, you know, we have confidence that these suits are holding the right pressure. As Nicole said, that tube that's going in, that's putting air into their suits, and then there was that gold instrument that you saw on their other side. That's how they can control how much pressure is being released in order to do these checks.
Yep, and they will do the leak checks here in the suit room, and then they'll do more actually in the capsule as well. They'll do another leak check. So we're going to make sure the suits are ready to go before we even step out the door, and then we'll check them with the entire system on the capsule once they get out to the rocket.
And you might also notice that some of the astronauts, while they're doing their suit leak checks, you might have seen Victor gave an OK sign. You might also see a thumbs up, and that's because concurrently, while they're doing these suit leak checks, they're also doing comm checks.
Yes, yeah, we talked about the comm cap earlier, and the umbilical and how they plug in. So yeah, they're going to test the comm, they're going to test the suit, make sure everything. They're actually probably testing the cooling system as well right now. You know, they're going to plug into the portable cooling system and make sure that all of that is working. So like I said, we want to make sure that we've got 4 healthy suits before we go out.
Yeah, this suit, 3 layers, so obviously it can get hot.
Yes.
So one of the layers is a cooling undergarment, and basically they flow cold liquid through that undergarment to keep the astronauts cool and comfortable before liftoff today.
Yeah, it's like a onesie with a bunch of tubes running around it, and the water flows through there to cool you down.
All right, lots of information to share with you all today. If you have any questions, we'd love to hear from you. All you have to do is send your questions our way by tagging @NASA Artemis, and we'll try to answer as many of your questions live. And we'll also have some questions for you throughout the broadcast, so we hope you can participate in those opportunities as well. Okay, as we continue to be inside the suit-up room here, why don't we learn a little bit about each of our crew members? Right now, we are looking at pilot Victor Glover, but hopefully we can get a shot here of our commander, Reed Wiseman. Now, Reed Wiseman is a Baltimore native. He's been in space once before as flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November 2014. During the 165-day mission, Reed and his crewmates completed, get this, more than 300 science experiments in areas like human physiology, medicine, physical science, earth science, and also astrophysics. They actually set a milestone for station science by completing a record 82 research hours in a single week. He also served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December 2020 to November 2022, and Reed has 2 daughters.
Yeah, I love, Reed is such a great leader. He was the chief of the astronaut office when they hired our class of astronauts. And so, I think I have to publicly thank him for, for my job here today. But yeah, he's a family man, he's a good leader, and he's a great pick for the commander of this mission.
Yeah, I think, in talking through some of his other accomplishments, obviously he has leadership qualities that makes him prepared for commander of Artemis II.
Yes, he does. He's a well-experienced naval officer and now NASA astronaut.
And so now here we are, pilot Victor Glover. NASA selected the California native as an astronaut in 2013. At the time, he was actually serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. His first trip to space was in November 2020 when he launched as pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission. That was the first operational mission of NASA's Commercial Crew program, which resumed launching American rockets from American soil to the International Space Station at the end of the shuttle program. Victor is a U.S. Navy captain and naval aviator who served as a test pilot, racking up more than 3,500 flight hours in more than 40 different aircraft. He and his wife, Deanna, have 4 children.
Yeah, 4 children, a lot of energy, but that checks, right? Because when I think of Victor Glover, I think of a lot of energy, smart guy who's always excited and ready to go. And there you go, he's smiling in the suit room this morning.
Oh, yeah, he's a great guy. All of them are. This whole entire crew, they're just a good group of human beings, of leaders, of friends, family. I have never heard anybody say anything bad about any of these 4. They're all so well accomplished, and they're also deserving of this opportunity to return to the moon.
Yeah, and they're also humble, right? They're just standard humans going to the moon, but you would never know that when you talk to them in a normal conversation.
And so it looks like Christina here has completed her suit leak checks as well, her communication checks too.
Yep, they've already got her gloves off. They're getting ready to kind of hang out and relax a little bit, I think, before they walk out.
She is a mission specialist for this mission, native of Grand Rapids, Michigan, was selected to the Astronaut Corps in 2013, so actually same class as Victor. She served as flight engineer on the International Space Station from March 2019 to February 2020. And during that time, Cook set a record for the longest single space flight by a woman with a total of 328 consecutive days in space. She also participated in the first ever all-female spacewalk. And before becoming an astronaut, Christina helped build space science instruments and led scientific field work in some of the most remote environments on the planet. Her hobbies include surfing, rock climbing, community service, yoga, travel, and photography. Again, so much. When does she find the time?
That's a great question. One of the things I love about Christina is that she's broken records and she's achieved all these milestones. But one of the things that she talks about is, she just wants people to set goals and go work hard and do something that's meaningful to you. And she really hopes that her records are broken as soon as possible. She does it for her family, and she'll talk about all of her nieces and nephews quite a bit. So just, again, another example of just a humble human who's got a great support system in her family and excited for the mission.
Yeah, she's always saying that she just wants the opportunity to push people farther, to push humanity farther, see what we can accomplish together. So, yeah. Again, all 4 of them say that. They're really in tune on what they think or what they feel like their role is in this mission.
Yeah, I think their legacy is going to be, providing the shoulders for others to climb on.
Mm-hmm. And last but not least, first-time flyer, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will fly to the moon as a mission specialist on the Artemis II mission. The London, Ontario native was selected as an astronaut in 2009. After that, he worked as CAPCOM at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston. CAPCOM stands for Capsule Communicator, and that's the sole direct voice communicating with astronauts in space. He also participated in training exercises such as living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to simulate deep space exploration for 7 days. In 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. He also enjoys getting out on a sailboat, rock climbing, and mountain biking. Jeremy and his wife, Catherine, have 3 children. And he actually got to hang out with them over the weekend. So the crew arrived here for launch at Kennedy Space Center on Friday, and then their family members arrived Saturday.
Yes, yeah. They, as long as their family can quarantine with them, then they will stay, quarantined in Houston, and then they all fly down to Kennedy Space Center, and then you get to spend the last few days with your close family and friends. We actually do a behind-the-glass visit with some of those other maybe extended family members that couldn't quarantine with you. But yeah, it's a quaint time here once you get to Kennedy Space Center.
A great sign here, all 4 astronauts have removed their helmets, and that indicates again that all 4 have completed suit leak checks. And so, Nicole, what they're doing now is they have these pockets on their forearms. That's just somewhere where they can put personal items that they might want, right?
Yeah, just kind of stowage pockets. There's always something that you might need or want while you're in the capsule, and then also last-minute personal items if you want to put a couple things in there. So everybody kind of has their own unique stash in their pockets.
And then another pocket has emergency equipment that they might need, right? Like a signaling mirror, things like that.
Right, yeah, the suit is basically all in one. It's got the oxygen bottles there on their right legs. You'll see in a different shot, they've got pockets with survival gear in it, and that is to keep them safe. So if they had to egress the capsule, either from the launch pad or from the water, then they will have all of the survival gear with them. They'll have about 10 minutes of oxygen as well from that bottle so that they can get to safety quickly and safely.
We are now 5 hours, 3 minutes and counting from the opening of our 2-hour launch window, and we have our first questions from social media. Question here from X. So to be clear, this is not a mission to land, but to orbit the moon. Thank you, and thank our astronauts. Nicole.
Yeah, this is a great question. I think it's important to highlight the mission of Artemis II, where we are going to go around the moon. We're going to see the far side of the moon. We're going to see parts of the far side of the moon that human eyes have never seen before. It's very similar to the Apollo 8 mission, right? We're also potentially going to be able to see the landing sites for the future Artemis missions and kind of provide the overall context of those landing sites amongst the entire moon site there. So it's an exciting mission. We'll get to learn a ton about there's so much science that's going to be on this mission as well, right? Where they're going to do some science experiments on humans, learn about the stress of the environment, and we're going to learn about the radiation environment. We're going to learn about the suits as well. We've got some technology demonstrations that are going to happen. So there's a lot going on this mission as we fly around the moon and come back.
Mm-hmm. We always say it's about increments, right? Like we're making that next giant leap to Mars, but in order to do that safely and to do that thoroughly, incremental steps.
Exactly. And, like we said, this is the first time that we've put crew on this rocket. And so actually before we even head to the moon, right, we're going to stay close to the Earth, and we're going to check out all of the systems on Orion, make sure that it can handle 4 humans, make sure it can handle people sleeping, people exercising, all of the environmental control systems are working. So we want to make sure that the capsule is safe for the crew before we send them, almost 250,000 miles away.
Yeah, that was a great question. And we actually have another one that we'll pull up on screen here.
Airlock, checksum 2 for EVA tool stow track, line 9.08.
Hey, Jack, with you, step 9.08, go ahead.
I want to double check the part number on these Canon connectors. The 2 that I found match except for the last 3 digits. The last 3 digits on the one I found are 373. The part number here is 371. Just wondering if that's a typo or if I still got to keep on.
All right, Jack, yeah, we understand. We'll take a look through our database and let you know. You can continue. And while I have you, I have a response to a comment you made earlier on StowTrack.
Listen.
All right, step 3.3, you put away a fish stringer in a mesh bag. That can go to its final location, which is going to be the large ORU bag that's deployed. You're going to put a second fish stringer there later in step 11.07. So we should end up with 2 fish stringers in the large ORU bag.
Okay, I will put that in work, and I think that'll be the only thing that's in that large ORU bag right now. Is that what you're tracking to?
That's affirmative.
Awesome. Thanks. Appreciate your help. Chris is on queue for UID.
Go ahead, Chris, for UID.
Hey, 2 quick things. It looks like the XTP of this had me do 6 scans rather than the 2 scans that the procedure normally has. There's only 2 spots to write file names down in the procedure. I'll just crew note the other ones, I assume. And then the second point/question is, it's XTP that after 7.11, I should power off the inverter and deconfigure the power chain. I wanted to make sure that that is not what I'm supposed to do, because I'm using the setup in the Node 2 MWA. It's the same power chain that we're going to be using for OCT, so that I should just, obviously power off the switch for this port and the GFCI, but then just unplug things and restore them.
Okay, Chris, we understand the XTP issues there, and yeah, we're good with your plan as long as you put them all in the same folder. We should be able to find all 6 files, so no issues there. And thanks for the note on the power chain. Give us a few minutes to think that through and get back to you.
Yeah, this is the XTP before step 7.11. And yeah, I mean, setting it up at the MWA instructed me to plug it into the GFCI that's already there on switch 3 on inverter 1040, which is also the same one we use for OCT. And so, yeah, I'm assuming that it's just put it back to the way it was, which would not be powering off the whole inverter and the power chain.
Yeah, Chris, so we got the answer. That's our intent, so try to get back to the way it was. Thanks for catching that.
Yep, copy that. And then one last question is, do you want, the StowNote has me putting the ultrasound gel just back in the HRF green drawer. I guess my question was, do you want me to keep it with the UID, or do you want me to put it back?
Hey, Chris, we borrowed that gel, so we want to send it back to them. We're flying you guys up some new ones specifically for the UID, so please return it to its place for now.
Copy that, and I can feed back that, yeah, I mean, it's been a while since I've done a UID scan, but it felt very similar to the Sonagel W, maybe a little bit less sticky than the Sonagel W, but felt effectively the same.
Okay, thanks for the data. We'll pass that on. And Chris, you can come back to me later, but a follow-up to the fasteners from your panel, WAC panel later today. I have a trash location for those, but no need to do that now. Just let me know when you want that info.
I can take that now.
Okay, big picture, we got to go to trash them, so you can put them in the hardware JSB.
Sounds good. That's where I figured we were going with them. Thank you. And Houston, Chris, on to one more quick question for you, ID.
Go ahead.
Hey, step 9.2 just says to copy them into the iDrive ops OCA down. But I think it would make more sense, and what you said last time made me think that I should make a subfolder for today's UID cal scans and put them in there. Is that what you'd like?
That sounds like a good plan, Chris. We'll take your recommendation there. And while I have you, later on in this procedure, it's going to ask you to report the quantity remaining of the gel. So before you put that away, just wanted to give you that heads up.
Okay, yep, I see that, and we'll report it. Thank you.
Station Houston on 2 for OCT setup for either Jack or any willing crew member.
Go for OCT setup.
Hey, I know we delayed OCT setup so you can get to tool stow. I think the MWA is clear now. We'd like to get that started so we have enough time to get prepped on the ground. So if you don't mind, we'd like to get the OCT setup started.
We are going to get on that right now.
Appreciate it.
Good afternoon. If you're just joining us, this is Mission Control Houston in the Artemis Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center. At a mission elapsed time of 18 hours and 28 minutes and counting, we are coming to you live with our 24/7 continuous coverage of the Artemis II mission. Like I mentioned earlier, we're in a relatively quiet phase of the mission as the crew takes some much-deserved rest after a flurry of flight day activities. So let's do a little bit of a recap of what's happened so far. NASA Space Launch System rocket lifted off from Launch Pad 39B at the agency's Kennedy Space Center in Florida at 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time on April 1st. This mission sent 4 astronauts aboard the Orion spacecraft on a planned test flight around the moon and back. The launch marked the beginning of approximately a 10-day mission for NASA astronauts Reed Weissman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. After reaching Earth orbit, Orion deployed its solar array wings, while the crew and engineers on the ground transitioned from launch to flight operations to start checking out key systems. About 49 minutes into the test flight, the SLS's rocket's upper stage fired to put Orion into an elliptical orbit around Earth. This was the apogee raise burn, which was successfully completed, continuing to fine-tune the Orion spacecraft's orbit around Earth. The ICPS, or the Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage, ignited its RL-10 engine for a precisely timed burn that increased the highest point of the spacecraft's orbit. The spacecraft remained in high orbit, where the crew conducted a manual pilot demonstration known as proximity operations to test Orion's handling capabilities and its systems. Following that, a perigee raise burn was conducted, or a PRB, which raises or adjusted Orion's perigee, or the lowest point of its orbit, into the correct orbital geometry to set it up for Trans-Lunar Injection, or the TLI burn, planned for Flight Day 2. The mission management team will be meeting shortly to go through the go, no-go decision for Trans-Lunar Injection. And while we wait for that decision, we are going to take a look back at what has happened so far with our final rendition of Flight Day highlights.
Historic day to be here.
What a historic day to be here. Obviously, for what we see right behind us here, the SLS rocket and Orion spacecraft on Launch Pad 39B. Artemis II is a nearly 10-day flight test to prove NASA can safely fly astronauts around the moon before attempting to land on it in just 2 years, hopefully.
Yes, you know, like you said, it's a test flight, so we're going to put humans on this rocket for the first time ever, and we're going to test out the systems on board and hopefully get around the moon.
And in charge of liftoff today is Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson. She and her team are just across the street from us inside of the Launch Control Center. They kicked off continuous around-the-clock operations just before 5 p.m. on Monday and started fueling the rocket about 4 hours ago.
That cap will also connect into the suit, which then eventually connects into the capsule through an umbilical there. So there's a lot of cords and wires. You can see them tuck in that cord under his chin right now.
And so the suits they're wearing, they're called the Orion Crew Survival Suits, or OX suits. And so they're worn for launch and reentry or during high-risk or emergency situations.
And welcome into Firing Room 1, a historic firing room here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here reporting what's happening as we lead up to countdown and liftoff of Artemis II. So far, looking pretty good. You see the rocket out there on the pad. It is launch day, and we just got that crew weather brief that you were talking about from Launch Director Charlie Blackwell-Thompson to the crew. It looks like a countdown at this point is in good shape, and that's great news. Fueling continues to track well. We just reached all stages replenished.
Now, Reed Weissman is a Baltimore native. He's been in space once before as flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November 2014. And so now here we are, pilot Victor Glover. NASA selected the California native as an astronaut in 2013. At the time, he was actually serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. His first trip to space was in November 2020 when he launched as pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission. That was the first operational mission of NASA's Commercial Crew program. And so it looks like Christina here has completed her suit leak checks as well, her communication checks too.
Yep, they've already got her gloves off. They're getting ready to kind of hang out and relax a little bit, I think, before they walk out.
She is a mission specialist for this mission, native of Grand Rapids, Michigan. Was selected to the Astronaut Corps in 2013, so actually same class as Victor. And last but not least, first-time flyer, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will fly to the moon as a mission specialist on the Artemis II mission. The London, Ontario native was selected as an astronaut in 2009. After that, he worked as CATCOM at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston.
The team you see here in this room today has been training extensively to prepare for the highly dynamic phase of flight that begins shortly after engine ignition. Teams here will be monitoring the flight of the Space Launch System, Orion, and of course the Artemis II crew on board as they make their way from the Kennedy Space Center into Earth orbit.
Yes, a pre-flight tradition that we have seen with our crewed flights and our astronauts, the card game, Nicole.
Yeah, you know, this is a fun time for the crew. Kind of relax a little bit, play a card game with the chief. You can see Scott Tingle there is the dealer today. Looks like they're playing high card wins. So Victor won. He's out. Now Jeremy's out. You know, there are two schools of thought on this game. Either you want to get rid of all your bad luck or go out on a high note. So it looks like the crew chose we're going out on a high note.
Now, the SLS, or the Space Launch System, very big, very powerful. It is going to be producing 8.8 million pounds of thrust at launch. And like I mentioned, very large, as you can see here, going to stand about 322 feet tall with Orion there on top, just a little bit taller than the Statue of Liberty.
And here we are, the closeout crew in the White Room getting ready for the astronauts who have just left crew suit up and are now walking down a hallway to greet some family and friends downstairs. Commander Reed Weissman, pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen.
Our setup on the starboard, MWA and SFC-17 is ready for your ground commanding for setup.
Commander Reed Weissman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen taking their first steps outside for their historic test flight. To a wonderful applause from the crowd. They're looking really excited
Some
and
big
really
smiles.
ready.
I love that.
It's a great day for us. It's a great day for this team.
A few words from Reed. Great day for us, the team, he said. Thumbs up, more thumbs up. Of course, a lot of pictures. We hear some camera shutter clicks back there. I love the energy of this crowd. Let's go. And so now the crew walking over to each of their pens. The first people closest to them, of course, their family members who got to quarantine with them, correct?
Yes.
You heard Reed there saying thank you guys as the crowd picks up again with their applause and the four of them step into their astrovan.
And there they go.
And off they go. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy now on their way to launch pad 39B, where they will fly to the moon. Something no human has done in over 50 years. They may also set a new record as the farthest humans have ever been from Earth, a record set by the Apollo 13 crew almost 56 years ago today.
Yeah, you know, we talked about how tall this rocket is earlier.
Wow.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at that point of view, yeah. And now we're watching the crew walk across the crew access arm, getting a beautiful view of Kennedy Space Center.
From 274 feet. Woo.
Nicole laughs because Nicole is also, like Reed, does not like heights.
Do not like how open that crew access arm is. Oh, and he's already turned around and walking in. You can see Dre's protecting his helmet and his visor there from all that metal.
Yeah.
It's a tight squeeze, but they've done this a lot, so Reed's already all the way across the capsule.
Yeah, that was fast. Impressive, Reed. Impressive. That's why you're the commander. Oh, a heart there from Jeremy again. Yep, Canada.
Yeah.
Canada is about to get into Orion. This is a camera shot of behind Reed's head. So Reed, while Andre is buckling him in, that's a 5-point harness, Reed was configuring his control panel.
Yeah, the displays. We're getting the displays ready so that they can monitor all of the systems and monitor the launch as they go. Christina there signing the wall.
That they're working there. And there's a heart from Christina Cook. Great to see that as she gets ready to get into the Orion spacecraft, one that they named Integrity. It certainly fits this crew from what I've observed.
Drag on camera, like we were saying, that kind of moves around, so sometimes it's hard to show that, so there you have it. You can see that the closeout crew has closed the side hatch. And so right now, that's a panel that they have to close out in order to then close the next hatch, which is the launch abort system hatch.
We are currently not working
row
any
9,
constraints with regards
we
to the
found
rocket
only
or the
one
ground
dry
systems.
wipe
But the launch team has been made aware
and looked
of
also
an
in
issue
some other
that
mesh
the
bags and
range
find
is
it.
working.
So was wondering
And
if you were
currently they're
tracking
monitoring
just one
that work that is
dry
going
wipe
on
or
over at the range. We understand that issue is related to the flight termination system. Now, the flight termination system, just to give you a quick explainer, every rocket has a flight termination system.
Okay, Sophie, we
It's
copy.
the system
We had you looking for two. You can only find one.
range.
We will investigate.
okay. And just Chris crew noted it in the row number.
Range is no go.
Okay, copy that.
Is
and
not stopping us
Sophie,
from
if you can
moving
pass this on for
forward
yourselves,
in the
we have
countdown.
an answer
We can
to a
continue
comment Jack made for step
process and work
9.08
the
related to the
countdown,
Canon connector caps.
Brief me on this. I'm ready to copy your answer.
Okay, he reported he found two casts, but with a different part number, and we are okay with the other part number, the -373. So we can mark that step complete.
Marking complete with -373.
We currently are hearing the launch team is working an issue that was reported out with the LAS. At least there's an issue apparently with a battery on the LAS. The engineer who is in charge of the launch abort system sits on console here, reported that a temperature for one of the two LAS batteries is out of range, and although it's not a constraint for launch right now, it would be when that temperature is checked inside of T-minus 6 minutes, which is inside of terminal count. So right now, the team is working some troubleshooting on this issue. Going to follow, of course, along closely with what they learn. But again, a battery temp for one of the two batteries on the LAS is out of spec. And the team is working to understand, first of all, whether or not this may be a sensor issue, or is there an issue with the battery itself.
We're one big NASA team, one big NASA family, and we have one major message before we launch tonight. Okay, guys, what are we going to say? 1, 2, 3. Go Army!
Great news, too. Remember, the team was tracking an issue with the launch abort system battery. They appear to have cleared that issue, so we are go for launch.
All right, thank you, Megan and Nicole, and just want to give you an update on the launch abort system that you just reported that they cleared. They believe, they're convinced, this is an instrumentation failure. So there are 2 batteries on the LAS. The LAS, of course, and with the help of my 2-year-old son's model rocket, Daniel said I could use this, so it's okay. The LAS is right here. It's the tower above Orion. Orion capsule is inside of here. It's used to pull Orion off the rocket in case something's going on with the rocket, either on the pad or in flight. 2 batteries are bad. Well, I'm sorry, one of the 2 batteries reported an out-of-family temperature, and it was very much out of family. And so they checked their data going back into the vehicle assembly building where they recharged the batteries and worked on them. And they have good, solid data, they reported, that tells them that this is an instrumentation failure, that there's something wrong with the sensor. And so they took it before the mission management team, which has to accept the risk, any changes to launch commit criteria, which this would be one, and they all fully accepted it. So now we are clear as far as that constraint is concerned.
NTD COSE hold requested.
Copy that.
I have an LCC violation of O-CT-004, S-band transponder anomaly. This was a transient LCC violation, so transponder 1 had a demodulated SNR estimate that went down to 2 dBm when it should have been between 10 and 13. It is now back up to 12, but we did lose that for just a moment. It does not appear that we lost our bit sync or carrier lock.
9.17 and 9.18.
With the vehicle. So at this point, recommendation would still be go. However, we do have
okay, Chris, with you on 17 and 18.
If we want to look at that, but again, this is transient, so we're back in a nominal range.
Yeah, us taking a look at the data right here, looks like that was a single sample.
Hey, so we are having a disagreement with the expected configuration of the socket caddies here. So we found one socket caddy in the Done Tools mesh bag, and that socket caddy did not have any sockets on it. But per steps 9.14 and 9.17 and 9.18, we would expect to find one socket caddy in the triple jump bag, and then one socket caddy with a 5/8 by 2 inch rigid in the Done Tools. But all we found was one socket caddy in the Done Tools.
About 2 seconds. Okay.
Okay, Chris, just to read that back then. So you've only found one socket caddy with no sockets in it?
That's affirmed. We do have lock for COSE.
Affirm.
Yeah,
okay,
so
we will investigate and get back to you.
We did have a temporary loss there within the allowable, and per the requirement, let's go.
Copy.
And this is Houston flight. We have.
I'm pretty sure I remember coming back in with a socket caddy with a 5/8 by 2 inch rigid on it. It should be here somewhere, I would guess.
So yeah, we understand, Chris. I'm sure EVA team had your back out there, so we'll look for it and we'll get to the location.
Yes, sir. Recommendation would be go.
Okay, LP, you concur with that? Yes, sir. LP
Copy
concurs
that.
go. And launch director?
Yes, sir. Launch director concurs go.
All right. And for all personnel, this is the NTD conducting the Artemis II launch readiness check. Verify ready to resume count and go for launch. OTC.
OTC is go.
STC.
STC is go.
GTC.
C's go.
MCO.
CO is go.
Safety console.
The safety console is go.
LPE.
LPE's go.
RTD.
RTD's go.
Houston flight.
Houston flight is go.
Rock.
Rock is go.
And CDR.
Cruise go.
Copy that. Thank you, Reed. And Launch Director NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
All right, NTD, I copy all. At this time, I'll perform my poll. Attention on the net. This is the Launch Director performing the final poll for launch, verifying no constraints, and go for launch. EGS, Program Chief Engineer.
Artemis Chief Engineers are go.
Copy, thank you. EGS, Chief Safety Officer.
The Artemis CSOs are go.
Copy, thank you. Range weather.
Launch weather is go.
Thank you, LWO. And Artemis MMT Chair.
MMTs go.
Thank you, John. And Integrity Launch Director.
Good to hear your voice, Charlie. PLT.
Thank you, Charlie. This is Victor. We are going for our families.
MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2. This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity. All right, Charlie, your Artemis II crew is go for launch. Full send.
I copy that. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. On this historic mission, you take with you the heart of this Artemis team, the daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe, and the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis II.
Houston,
Let's
airlock
go.
on 2. Regarding that 5/8 by 2-inch socket, I do know that when I was unstowing the mini workstations a little bit earlier, there was a 5/8 by 2-inch rigid socket in the EV2 trash bag on the mini workstation that I took off. I'm not sure if that's the same socket you were expecting on the socket caddy or not. I'm wondering if in getting configured for the second set of mod kit EVAs that got disassembled.
Hey, Chris, that's a great data point. That helps us narrow down. So we'll take that back and keep investigating, but that helps. Thanks.
Worked through that issue, looked at the data, and cleared it. All with the world watching.
All right, and we're clear from cutouts. And with that, we're going to resume the clock momentarily. And CGLS, you can resume the clock on your mark.
GLS copies. 3, 2, 1, mark. GLS mainline has been initiated.
T-minus 10 minutes and counting.
And that begins terminal count. Our new T0 is 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. We are now counting down to liftoff of Artemis II.
GLS is go for crew access arm retract.
And there you see the crew access arm moving away.
GLS is go for ALS.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched. Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high.
On time passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the alternate beacon. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on the 4 main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour. Mission elapsed time, passing 1 minute, approaching max Q.
On, pounds fully on.
From our sort of temp socket bag in 1.01161, and then it says to trap the empty Ziploc bag. But the Ziploc bag contains a couple more items. It contains a bubble wrap bag with a number 10 Allen bit quantity 2. It also contains what I think is the AMS like palm wheel type thing. So I was wondering where these should go.
Okay, we understand the 2 items that are left in that Ziploc, so we'll add that to our list of info to get back to you.
seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation, expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark. We see throttle down.
Just for tracking purposes, I'm going to leave that Ziploc with the 2 number 10 Allen bits and that palm wheel in a Ziploc bag, temp stowed in airlock 0 for now.
Integrity, guidance converged.
Copy airlock 0 for temp stow.
Upper stage RCS ready.
Copy all, Stan.
Integrity, SM priming complete.
SM priming complete.
3 minutes into the flight. Integrity, 49 miles an hour.
Integrity, GPS processing.
Outstanding, Stan. We see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Integrity, and nominal MECO, core stage separated.
We see the same on board, Stan.
Nine minutes of mission elapsed time. Integrity crew of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen now in orbit around the Earth at the beginning of their journey to the moon. This is Mission Control Houston, 25 minutes, 45 seconds into the flight of Artemis II. We have confirmation that all 4 solar array wings are deployed and latched. This is the configuration needed to switch to ATO preferred, which you did hear confirmed from pilot Victor Glover. That mode has been switched. Now getting our first views from one of the solar array wing cameras over the tracking data relay satellites. We are in a night pass as we are about a little more than 1,300 statute miles above the Earth, just east off the coast of Madagascar. You can see the perigee raise maneuver from the main engine of the ICPS firing from the solar array wing. Standing by for confirmation of cutoff.
Integrity, good PRM, and 1 minute to teeter handover.
With the regain of comm, we're starting to get some views aboard the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity Houston, voice check on Tidris.
Loud and clear. Stan, how us?
And we now have you the same. Good to hear your voice.
In the meantime, Mission Specialist Christina Cook working on the activation of some environmental control life support systems and waste management systems. Currently, as teams on the ground analyze some troubleshooting of the activation steps that she was going through, she'll gather some of the backup waste management capabilities that they have aboard Integrity, just as a precaution while the teams assess how to address what was reported down from Mission Specialist Christina Cook on the fault light. At this time, the flight dynamics officer confirms that it was a good burn, so they are on a good trajectory for staying in high Earth orbit for the remainder of this flight day and into next. The high Earth orbit puts them into a 43,730 by 0 statute mile orbit, which orbits the Earth approximately once a day. It's a 23.5-hour
Airlock
orbit.
Session 2 for questions.
For the first time since they arrived in space, you're looking at a live view of the Artemis II crew in the Orion spacecraft.
For row 9.39 and 9.40, the scoops were not deployed in the same mesh bags. Like one was in the triple jump instead of dontals, and the other one was in the dontals instead of the triple jump. But I guess I can recognize a square scoop and a round scoop, so just I wanted to be sure that I saw them, and I ticked the box.
Moonrises that we've had so far, and the views of planet Earth. We've circled it completely, and we forgot how beautiful it is to look down on
Sophie, yeah, no problems. As long as one of each ends up in the CTB, we are going to check those out.
Their proximity operations demonstration. And we have just had, for the first time in over 50 years, humans join the Deep Space Network. Now, we're used to people being on the Near Space Network, the Tracking Data Relay Satellite System, with the International Space Station. But again, first time in 50 years that we will have crew traveling far enough to be on that Deep Space Network. This view coming live from Orion, now just 3 hours and 10 minutes since liftoff today from Kennedy Space Center. As you have heard, Mission Control Houston is go for the crew to conduct the proximity operations demonstration. Again, we will see the separation of the interim cryogenic propulsion stage coming up first in just under 12 minutes. Standing by for separation.
We have good separation, good motion. We are ATP go.
Confirmation, separation from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
Good motion. Go for 180 pitch, confirmed. Separation confirmed, Houston.
Houston copies.
All right, here comes the pitch rate. I see it. Look at that. Woohoo! That,
This view inside Orion.
I see the moon in the camera, and now I see ICPS in the docking camera field of view. Okay, waiting for 550. I'm on the THC. There's 550, starting the 19N. 1.
This is the view from
9. And
this is the view arrow. The docking camera is showing the crew inside Orion.
19 ends. Much quieter. Got a little rumble like we're driving on a rocky road, but much quieter than in the sim. I'm showing about 3 degrees wide on ICPS. And it's holding right near the center.
Integrity, no action for you on that enable prop caution.
No action.
Of ICPS, did you see that float off the screen on camera view? 0.8 degrees wide. At large. All right, I'm going to course. 0.9 degrees. 1 degree wide. Here comes 6 outs. 1, 2, 3, 8 down pulses.
Great view of the ICPS that powered Orion during the perigee raise maneuver and apogee raise burn.
4, 5, 8. I can see the side docking target. That is a good looking American flag. Wow. Copy. Going off, Fox. Great flying with you, Houston. Nice vehicle.
Great job, Victor, and to the entire crew, and we enjoyed your excitement at seeing ICPS out the window.
With proximity operations complete and the upper stage separation burn complete as well, we are now looking to the ICPS, or interim cryogenic propulsion stage disposal burn. We will not see this or get data on it. It will burn up upon reentry over Earth's atmosphere over the Pacific Ocean. And it actually looks like a crescent Earth there in the background. This
Station
view coming
Houston
from
on
one of the solar
tool
array
stow
wing
and
cameras
Ziploc bag.
aboard Orion.
Go ahead on 2.
All right, for that Ziploc you stowed in the airlock 0, we have the final location. It's going to go to 1.0
Welcome
TTB.
back to live coverage of the Artemis II mission here at the Johnson
the
Space
EVA
Center.
sockets
We are
and
coming
drivers
to you live
TTB.
from the
All
Artemis
3 items
Flight
can go in
Control
there.
Room. I'm Nilla Faramji, your Orbit 3 commentator. As we
Copy
continue to
that.
track the
The
progress of the
number
Orion
10 Allen
spacecraft
bits, serial number
on its
11 and
journey around
12,
the moon, we're
and
in a
the
relatively
AMS
quiet
knob
phase in the
that
mission
appears to
because
be
the crew is taking
1002,
a
but hard to tell because it's
much-deserved
covered in
nap.
tape. We'll all go in 1161.
We're currently at a mission elapsed time
Great,
of
Chris.
19
And if
hours
you'd like
and
to keep
4
them in the
minutes
Ziploc bag,
and counting,
that's fine
and we are
with
coming
us.
to you
No
live with
issues there.
continuous 24/7
And also for your
coverage
awareness,
of the
in step
mission.
9.26, when we reference the AMS hex head capture tool knob, that's that
If you're
palm wheel
just
you
joining
found.
us, the big milestone that we are looking at for next while,
okay,
just
cool.
before the crew wakes up,
All right,
is
yeah,
that
and
go-no-go decision
I'm
on
also working
TLI or the
9.25, so I also
Trans-Lunar
have the
Injection.
other AMS knob. So I've got 2 AMS knobs that I'm going to stick in there.
Sounds good. And then for any available crew member for an SSC check in the lab.
This TLI is a burn. That's the last main engine firing of the mission. It propels Orion on a path towards the moon and sets it on a free return trajectory that will ultimately bring the crew back to Earth for splashdown.
Excellent 2 for SSC in the lab.
And that's because Orion is
SSC
using
number
a free
4 looks to
return
be on battery power. Can you please check
trajectory to swing
power
around the
on
far
that
side of the moon.
laptop?
And the TLI engine firing also puts Orion on the path to
I'm
return
not
to
forward.
Earth
We'll
on
do
flight day 10. Now, essentially what happens is that the engine will provide up to 6,000 pounds of thrust, enough to accelerate a car from, for example, 0 to 60 miles in about 2.7 seconds. Pending that go-no-go decision for TLI, the burn is currently scheduled for 6:49 and 50 seconds p.m. Central Time. Using Integrity's orbital maneuvering system engine, it's anticipated to be a 5-minute and 51-second burn with a change in velocity to 1,272 feet per second. Once again, TLI commits Orion to the rest of this 10-day mission. This is Mission Control Houston. We will be back with additional updates.
Station M2 for live SSC.
Go ahead, Jack. We've got you on video.
Looks like the Cobalt Brick 1321 that SSC4 is plugged in is in the OFF position. I can just switch it back on, or do you want me to go further upstream?
Jack, we're good with you turning it on, and let's see what happens.
Good LED on the Cobalt Brick and a white light on the back of SSC4. Looks like it's shut down for a battery anyway, but it does look like the power cord's not working.
All right, Jack, we copy. Thanks for the troubleshooting.
Then airlock M2 for Delta.
Go ahead, Sophie.
On row 9.36, the torque wrench and the other torque wrench as well, they are stored in airlock Delta 1, Bravo 1 instead of Alpha 1.
Okay, we understand the final location of both the torque wrenches is Bravo 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Houston, airlock on 2 for a question.
Questions are my specialty. Go ahead.
Absolutely. I just wanted to ask where you guys are currently tracking the location of strut bag serial number 1002, along with the 3 Bravo mod kit struts. That's currently in the crew lock, and I wanted to make sure you guys were tracking that is there.
Yes, we are. That is where we tracked it and expected.
Perfect. All right, that makes me happy. Thank you.
Houston, Huntsville station on 2 for shrimp.
Huntsville's with you for shrimp.
Couple of questions on this last activity. So I believe I asked and we confirmed that the green dye was just food coloring, so we're not worried about it, doing anything bad. What we usually do with wet towels here is just like leave them out to dry, so we reclaim the water and then, can throw away the dry towel when it's dirty. I would suggest we do that instead of throwing away a bunch of wet towels that are still wet. Actually, I think probably some of them are almost dry, so I was just wondering if that's okay, if I could just reclaim the water and then just throw the towels away in the dry trash instead of the wet trash.
And Jessica, checking, I do know that these need to be trashed, but I'm checking for the exact reason for you.
Okay, yeah, we are definitely we'll trash them because they are kind of grossly green looking, but since it's nothing toxic, I figured it's better to just reclaim the water, and we were reclaiming the water all day while they were left out to dry, so I don't really see any difference with the plan, but I'll let you guys confirm that. And 2 other questions for shrimp. Just a reminder that I do have that USB drive. I know it was a backup method, so we weren't necessarily planning on it, but I have that USB drive, and let me know what you guys want me to do with that. If you want me to download that, where I would put that. And 3rd question is the borescope hardware CTD 5541. I don't think I saw that in a stono. It seemed like it was just still staying here, or did I miss that?
And Jessica, we're tracking that's in line 6 of your stono for the borescope, and I have some USB words for you if you're ready for that as well.
I do see it in line 6, but it tells me to just restow it to the current location. So that's why I was, it seems like we don't usually leave it here at the MWA. Oh, and sorry, I actually see it now below in the restow in line 43.
Yes. I'm sorry, yes, I spoke too soon on that. 43, PMM1, overhead 4 for you.
Okay, I will put that back in PMM then.
Thanks. And then for the USB, if you could report the serial number of that USB for us, and then we'll have you temp stow that and just let us know where it is. We're going to track that on the ground and make sure that we get all the video that we need. And then once we're complete with that, we'll give you guys release information for the USB like we do with the flashcards.
Okay, copy that. It is serial number 1080. It's a 64 gig USB flash drive. It's in a tiny Ziploc bag labeled shrimp, GMT 091, and I will put it in the little case that we have where we hold the flash cards for you, the camera cards for you guys.
Copy. Thank you so much. And then for the towels, give me just a second. I'm getting more words for the towels. And we are all good with you reclaiming the water for the towels, so you're good to just do your nominal process for that.
Okay, and then lastly, the humidity removal unit, has been just sitting here on the MWA kind of drying out. Do you guys want me to leave that out to dry longer, or to just go ahead and stow that for the previous stono?
You are going down my list, so we are good with you stowing that even if there's some water left in it. You can use the 24 by 24 Ziploc that you got earlier and then stow it in the 4.0 CTB serial number 5134 per your stowage note.
Okay, perfect. I see that. I'll do that now then. Thank you, guys.
Oh, thank you. We know there was a lot of back and forth for this today, so we appreciate all the hard work.
No worries. I'm glad they got some good data. Sounds like they were pretty pleased with the results.
Station Houston on 2 for tool stow and socket caddy at your convenience.
She's listening on to.
Hey, Sophie. So Chris reported not being able to find one of the socket caddies that has a socket in it. So we have a potential location to look. It is the IDA bag that is in the airlock 1, deck 0 behind the closeout. Maybe look through that. Jack was messing with that earlier today, and perhaps it's somewhere in there. There's lots of flaps things can easily hide.
Say again the name of the bag?
It is the IDA cable bag.
The IDA cable bag.
Hey, just one quick thing. I was talking with Jack earlier, and he was setting up one of the EV2 mini workstation, and that did have a 5/8 by 2-inch rigid socket in the trash bag of that. And I think he said he thinks he got that from the socket caddy that that I'd brought back in that had come in the cable bag. So I just want to make sure we're not double counting them. Maybe do you know how many we're supposed to have in terms of socket caddies and those 5/8 by 2-inch rigid sockets? We can just see if we've got them all.
Hey, Chris, we copied the data on the trash bag. Yeah, give us some more time to do some more math here.
Houston Station Sophie on 2 for question about wire ties.
Go ahead, Sophie, for wire ties.
So in the bag on tools, I only found a set of short wire ties, 16 inches and not 32 inches. And I guess they all will end up being stored in the same location, airlock overhead 1 alpha 2. This is row number 9.44.
Hey, Sophie, we copy. We're just discussing. Give me a moment. Station Houston on 2 for Sophie and wire ties.
He's with you on 2.
Hey, Sophie, thanks to you and everybody for their patience with tool stow. We're definitely slightly out of sync with what we know on the ground versus what we had in here for starting location. So we appreciate all the comments, and we're doing our best to track it. For the wire ties, I'll point you to step 9.47 for our final config. If you look all the way at the right at the notes, our final config is to have 5 long wire ties and 4 short wire ties in the caddy. Everything else can go into the wire tie mesh bag you referenced in step 9.44.
A copy all, and makes sense. I tracked this as well. So I think I'm going to get ready now for the stowage conference now. And so I think it's also a good stopping point because all of this step and the further are preparing the large ORU bag. And I prefer to not start and stop like in the middle of all this configuration. So I'll make a note, make sure that crew is aware as well. And yeah, we'll do all this when we start the large ORU bag.
That sounds great to us, Sophie. Thanks very much.
Well, thank you. We'll get there.
Houston airlock on 2.
Jessica, if you're calling for Medox, you have a go.
I actually already completed it, but I was calling you about something in the airlock that I figured you were perfect Capcom to talk to about. I don't know if anybody, we were talking about this as a crew, and I don't know if anybody mentioned it earlier today with previous activities, but the location, the airlock forward one behind stowage panel location, you know, where we stow all the Medox and everything, that location is extremely full. I think maybe more full than you guys realize. So like getting the Medox out and like getting things in and out of there is actually a real pain. I just wanted to let you guys know that, and maybe we can think about in the future maybe offloading that a little bit. Like for example, right now there's the two 1.0s that have Medox in them, 5140 and 5046, and those are completely full. And when you slide things in, also because of the ETA, like those bags are so full, you have to really wedge it down, and it's really difficult to get in there. And then also, given that these are, you know, kind of sensitive items like the Medox and batteries and rebus and stuff like that, I think we might want to try to offload it a little bit so it's not so jam-packed.
Yeah, copy, Jessica. Thanks for the feedback. It's always great to get that first perspective, so we'll pass it on to our stowage and EVA team.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Great talking to you today.
Yeah, I love coming on here and seeing you. I don't have my socks on today, but I've got to send you a picture later.
Awesome. Well, you know I'm always happy when I'm in the airlock.
Godspeed. Good luck from your Orion mission planning team.
IMAP team wishes you a safe journey.
Go Army 2!
From all of us at NASA's Launch Services Program,
we're so proud to support the journey to the moon.
Go Army!
Houston Integrity, we are ready to go, and that was awesome. Thank you for all of those messages.
You are very welcome.
This is Mission Control Houston in the the Artemis Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center. That was today's wake-up call for the Artemis II crew aboard the Integrity spacecraft, marking the start of Flight Day 2 activities. The song you heard just now was Green Light by John Legend featuring Andre 3000, followed by a message from several members of the workforce, wishing the crew well as they kick off their journey for Flight Day 2. At a mission elapsed time of 20 hours and 3 minutes and counting, the crew will now begin their post-sleep procedures and will be following along as they get ready for today's scheduled activities and operations. That includes the go, no-go decision for Trans-Lunar Injection, or TLI. Following the decision, TLI will take the crew on their free drift trajectory around the moon and bring them back to Earth. This is Mission Control Houston.
Houston, Chris is with you on 2 for OCT stow.
Hey, Chris. Good to hear from you. I've got some updates for you if you're ready.
I am ready.
All right, earlier you guys asked if we can leave that stuff deployed. We have a middle ground here. So the OCT camera and the spectrometer do have to go back into a CTB to protect it. So if you look at your deconfig steps in step 7, if you don't mind performing all steps except 7.6 and 7.7, we can leave that Velcro and the NWA where it is. and instead of returning the hardware to PMM, you guys can leave it where you wish. Just let us know where it ends up.
Okay, yeah, if it's got to go back in the CTB, I'll just leave it in Node 2 Deck 2 if that's the case. And yeah, I mean, this is maybe just a bigger piece of feedback, but like, this thing is not super well protected in CTBs. We always feel bad about putting it back in the PMM, especially with all the stowage. So it's just maybe something to think about for the future of how to keep this rather delicate thing safe. I think our on-orbit perspective is that, honestly, it's sitting out in the MWA is just as safe, if not safer, than it being a CTB. But I will put it in the CTB for now.
Yeah, we copy Chris. Every little feedback is good, so we appreciate that. And while I have you, we are going to cancel the USOS portion of Evening DPC. We don't have any topics for you guys. So we'll take anything you have now. And if not, do you mind passing that on to the rest of your crew, including Sergey?
Absolutely. I will check in with all the other folks to see if anybody has any topics. I'm seeing that Jessica and Jack are wildly gesticulating that they have no topics. I will check in with Sophie as well, and I will let Sergey know. But if you don't hear from me, assume we are all set.
Excellent. Yeah, we saw the excitement. Looks a little dark for us there, but that was great. And one thing for you, Chris, for your temp stow location, just know that we do have some Node 2 stowage activities tomorrow, so in case that changes your positioning.
Yeah, we'll leave it in Node. I'll take a look tomorrow, and if Node 2 Deck 2 doesn't work out, it'll be in Node 2 Deck 3 or just under the MWA, honestly, in the CTV. I'll figure something out and let everybody know.
Excellent. Well, you guys have a great night. It's always a pleasure to talk to you and work with you. See y'all.
Likewise. See ya.
Good afternoon from the Artemis Flight Control Room in Houston. At a mission elapsed time of 20 hours and 23 minutes and counting, the crew has now begun their post-sleep procedures and will be following along as they get ready for today's scheduled operations. That includes the go-no-go decision for Trans-Lunar Injection, or TLI. And following that decision, TLI will take the crew on their free drift trajectory around the moon and bring them back to Earth. So let's take a look back and recap what's happened so far. NASA's Space Launch System rocket lifted off the Launch Pad 39B at the agency's Kennedy Space Center in Florida at 6:35 p.m. Eastern yesterday, April 1st. The launch marked the beginning of an approximately 10-day mission for NASA astronauts Reed Wiseman, Christina Cook, Victor Glover, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. After reaching Earth orbit, Orion deployed its solar array wings, while the crew and engineers on the ground transitioned from launch to flight operations to start checking out various key systems. About 49 minutes into the test flight, the rocket's upper stage completed an apogee raise burn, putting Orion into an elliptical orbit around Earth. The apogee raise burn was successfully completed, continuing to fine-tune the Orion spacecraft's orbit around Earth. The ICPS, or the Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage, ignited its RL-10 engine for a precisely timed burn that increased the highest point of the spacecraft's orbit. The spacecraft remained in high orbit when the crew conducted a manual pilot demonstration to test Orion's handling capabilities, known as proximity operations. Following that, the perigee raise burn adjusted Orion's perigee, or its lowest point of orbit, into the correct orbital geometry to set it up for its Trans-Lunar Injection, or TLI, planned for today, Flight Day 2. The crew then took some much-needed rest with a 4-ish hour nap and were woken up at a mission elapsed time of 20 hours with a song called Green Light by John Legend featuring Andre 3000. And that was followed by a message from several team members of the workforce wishing the crew well as they kicked off Flight Day 2. We'll continue to follow operations here in Mission Control. I'm Nilofer Ramji, handing things over now to our Orbit 1 commentator, Leah Cheshire Mustachio. She'll take us through the next few hours and kick off Flight Day 2 with the Artemis II mission. And you can see now in the flight control room, the teams are doing the Orbit 3 to Orbit 1 handover. This is Mission Control Houston.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Artemis Flight Control Room here at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. I'm NASA PAO Leah Cheshire Mustachio, your Orbit 1 commentator, ready to take you through a very busy day for the crew, namely with the Trans-Lunar Injection burn this afternoon. That is scheduled for 6:49 p.m. Central Time, expecting a 5-minute and 49-second burn on the OMS engine. Since launch yesterday from Kennedy Space Center in Florida, the crew has been in a high Earth orbit, allowing them time to check out the systems aboard the Orion spacecraft before committing to flying beyond the moon. Again, today's Trans-Lunar Injection burn will do just that. It'll power the crew and Orion on their trajectory to fly around the moon, and it also serves as their deorbit burn, which will bring them home and splash down off the coast of California in the Pacific Ocean. The crew aboard Orion, Commander Reed Wiseman, Pilot Victor Glover, Mission Specialist Christina Cook, and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen, are in their post-sleep period of the day, having just been woken up with their wake-up song, Green Light by John Legend and Andre 3000, and some wake-up messages and well wishes from teams here on the ground. As you can see, we are in a handover period here in the room. Flight Director Jeff Radigan coming back on console. He is the lead flight director for the Orbit 1 shift. Again, the crew lifted off aboard the Space Launch System rocket yesterday at 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. This is a test flight and the first flight of humans aboard the Orion spacecraft. The spacecraft is currently now over 30,000 miles from Earth. We look to expand that distance today as they leave high Earth orbit and begin their journey to the moon. While the crew is in their post-sleep period and we have entered flight day 2, let's take a moment to get reacquainted with who's flying aboard Orion. Commander Reed Wiseman is a Baltimore native. He's been in space once before during Expedition 41 on the International Space Station in 2014, a total of 165 days during that mission when he completed more than 300 science experiments with his crew members. He also served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December 2020 to November 2022 and back on Earth has 2 daughters. The pilot of Artemis II is NASA astronaut Victor Glover. He was selected by the agency as an astronaut in 2013 while he was serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. He made his first trip to space on the NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission in November 2020, where he launched as pilot of that mission as well. Victor is a U.S. Navy captain and naval aviator who served as a test pilot, racking up more than 3,500 flight hours in more than 40 different aircraft. And yesterday, he became the first person to pilot Orion during the proximity operations demonstration. He and his wife have 4 children. Christina Cook is our mission specialist, a native of Grand Rapids, Michigan, selected to the astronaut corps in 2013, so she and Victor were selected as part of the same class. She served as a flight engineer on the space station from March 2019 to 2020, setting a record for the longest single spaceflight by a woman and a total of 328 consecutive days in space. She also participated in the first all-female spacewalk with her colleague NASA's astronaut Jessica Meir, who's currently, again, living and working on the space station. Before she became an astronaut, Christina helped build space science instruments and led scientific work in some of the most remote places on the planet. She loves to surf, rock climb, do community service, yoga, travel, and photography. Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen is a first-time flyer on the moon as a mission specialist on the Artemis II mission. He's from London, Ontario, and was selected as an astronaut in 2009. Since then, he's worked as a Capcom in NASA's Mission Control Center here in Houston. Capcom stands for Capsule Communicator, and it's the single voice communicating with the astronauts in space. He's also participated in training exercises like living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to simulate deep space exploration for 7 days. In 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class, and he also enjoys getting out on a sailboat, rock climbing, and mountain biking. Jeremy and his wife have 3 children. Those are your 4 Artemis II crew members, now over 30,000 miles from Earth, at an MET, or a mission elapsed time, of 20 hours and 51 minutes. This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where the Orbit 1 team is on console and the crew aboard Orion is awake. They are in their post-sleep period, configuring the cabin and getting ready for the day. They'll be speaking with the ground shortly for a vehicle status conference and daily planning conference. Talking with teams here on the ground about the status of their spacecraft as they prepare for a Trans-Lunar Injection burn this afternoon. Later this morning, Commander Reed Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover will also set up the flywheel device. That is an exercise device that provides aerobic and strength training. It's very compact. It's a power-free system that allows the crew to conduct daily aerobic and resistive workouts inside the spacecraft. They can do rowing, squats, and deadlifts and adjust the resistance levels as needed. Exercise is extremely important for astronauts while in space to help them maintain their bone and muscle strength while in the microgravity environment and for their return to Earth. The crew will also have burn conferences and burn targeting today ahead of that Trans-Lunar Injection burn this afternoon. Again, Trans-Lunar Injection burn time scheduled to be 6:49 p.m. Central Time. Today, the crew will also conduct some setup of their National Geographic hardware aboard the Orion spacecraft. Through a competitive selection process, NASA selected National Geographic to help tell the story of Artemis II. The crew is equipped with multiple GoPros, both Max and Hero 11, and each day they're timelined to film from a shot list provided by National Geographic, which include different portions of their day, including their morning routine, talking with their families, exercising, and thoughts on the mission. It's a little early in the day for the crew to be thinking about their midday meal, considering they are probably having breakfast right now, but they have quite a selection of food aboard the Orion spacecraft. There are 189 unique menu items, including barbecued beef brisket, granola and blueberries, mango salad. They have 43 cups of coffee on board, different breakfast drinks and smoothies, green tea, cauliflower, butternut squash, quite a selection of food to choose from. After they have their midday meal, the crew has a little bit of downtime built into their schedule today. Again, they were woken up in the middle of the night as planned. They were able to take a very short nap, about 3 or 4 hours before the perigee rays burn lifted the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth. Once the perigee rays burn was complete, the crew was sent back to sleep and again woke up just about 45 minutes ago.
You said integrity for toilet.
Good morning, Integrity. We're with you.
Hey, we're complete. If you all want to start the flush early, that's up to you.
Checking. And we just want to confirm that you're talking about the wastewater dump.
Affirm. I don't know if it's helpful to start that early for you all or just for it always to be on timeline. Just want to let you know we're cycled through the toilet for the morning.
Thank you, Reed. And yes, we are enthusiastically excited about doing that early. You are go for that. And Reed, we'll let you know when we're complete.
Integrity.
The voice you hear speaking with the crew is coming from Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. That is NASA astronaut Chris Birch. She was selected by NASA to join the 2021 astronaut class. You can see her there at the bottom of your screen. And she is serving as the Capcom today, the capsule communicator. That's the single person in the room that speaks directly with the crew, filtering information that they and the flight director gather from the mission control teams and relay to the crew any actions or information that they need to know. This helps keep communications streamlined and clear. This is Artemis Mission Control.
Good morning from Integrity. We are ready to go for the morning conference.
Good morning, Integrity. I have a couple of topics for you. First, regarding timeline, we have a PCD uplink in progress, and then you'll have updated flight plans that will end in Victor 2, version 2, as the most current. I have a couple of DU items for you. First, the nominal burn plan has been uplinked, and that is in slot 1. And then second, as we were updating the flight plan to the DUs, we believe it was open on DU2, so it may not show the updated plan. So please, at your convenience, close and reopen the flight plan on DU2 and reset it to the current day's plan. How copy?
Okay, we copy slot 1 is nominal, and we will close and reopen the flight plan on DU2.
Good copy. For your essay, during the eclipse after the TLI burn, we're going to rotate to put the CM window 2 facing Earth for about 30 minutes. And then a question for all crew on cabin temperature. Currently the cabin temp is set to 70 degrees, but our actual temp is reading 73. If you'd like to stay at this temperature, please let us know so we can raise the set point to prevent the vehicle from cooling down.
Yeah, Stretch, thanks for asking about the temperature. I think the consensus from the crew is no colder than this. We love it in here right now.
Copy, Victor. Would you prefer us to raise the set point from where it is now?
Yeah, we like this set point for daytime and then maybe up a degree at nighttime.
Okay, copy, Victor. All right, our plan will be to raise the set point so that the cabin temperature stays at 73, and then we can plan to raise that a degree or two for sleep.
Okay, Chris, is that all you have for us?
One last item, and this is for Reed. We've put together some words for you on how to do GoPro exposure adjustments. We're working to get that uplink, and it'll be in a crew message. We can let you know when it's on board, and that's all I have.
All right, Stretch, thank you for the, Chris, thank you for all the info this morning. We have reopened the flight plan on DU2. Avatar is the same as yesterday for POIC. 8/7/16 is extinguishes out. We also grabbed some AGA readings earlier this morning. We got them at 2018 MET CO2 is 2.4, O2 19.3. Pressure 14.6 and temperature 71.5. Thank you. Happy faces all around on that one.
All right, Houston copies. Do you guys have any questions for us before I pass you over to flight for the vehicle status conference?
No other questions for you, and questions from the mission summary active watches were done per the timeline, and the D5 times were already set.
Okay, we copy those reports. Thank you very much. All right, I'll pass you over to flight. And Integrity, for your information, we're going to start the conference in private on OE2.
That was the Artemis II crew aboard Orion, also called Integrity, checking in with the ground here for their daily planning conference, getting some report outs from Capcom and NASA astronaut Chris Birch. Birch reading up to the crew that after the Trans-Lunar Injection burn and eclipse, the crew will be able to see the Earth out the window for about 30 minutes. And reporting the temperature inside Orion, currently about 70 degrees, which the crew enjoys and requested it a little warmer for sleep, so teams here on the ground are going to make sure that they keep the temperatures around those levels. Pilot Victor Glover called down some readings from the AGA, that's the Anomaly Gas Analyzer. The crew takes these readings a couple of times throughout the day to ensure that the gases in the cabin are at reasonable levels. This is our first flight of an ECLIS system, or an environmental control and life support system, as this is our first flight with crew, so they are testing out how that ECLIS system is working with 4 humans living aboard Orion. He also mentioned AVATAR. That stands for a Virtual Astronaut Tissue Analog Response. It's an important component of NASA's strategy to get a holistic understanding of how the deep space environment affects humans. Scientists plan to use an organ-on-a-chip technology during Artemis II, which makes this the first time these devices will be used beyond the Van Allen belt. These chips are about the size of a USB thumb drive and measure how astronauts respond to deep space stressors, including extreme radiation and microgravity. These organ chips will contain cells developed from pre-flight blood donations provided by the crew members to create miniature stand-ins, or avatars, of their bone marrow. A key goal for this research is to validate whether organ chips can serve as accurate tools for measuring and predicting human responses to stressors. So to evaluate this, the scientists will compare AVATAR data with space station findings, as well as samples taken from this crew before and after flight. This could inform measures to ensure crew health on future deep space missions, including personalizing medical kits to each astronaut. And for citizens on Earth, it could lead to advancements in individualized treatments for diseases such as cancer. AVATAR is a collaboration between government agencies and commercial space agencies, including NASA, the National Center for Advancing Translational Sciences within the National Institutes of Health, Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, Space Tango, and Emulate. The crew now has the opportunity to talk with the flight director on a privatized loop, allowing them to ask questions or report anything about their Orion spacecraft after now it has been 21 hours and 18 minutes since their launch. 21 hours and 23 minutes since the Artemis II crew launched on Orion and the Space Launch System rocket from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. This is Artemis Mission Control Houston. You're looking at a visualization of Orion, now over 27,000 miles away from Earth. Today is a major burn for the crew. It is the Trans-Lunar Injection burn. We are expecting that in 3 hours and 50 minutes, or at 6:49 p.m. Central Time. A 5-minute and 49-second burn on the OMS engine. The OMS engine stands for Orbital Maneuvering System Engine and provides 6,000 pounds of thrust. This is a refurbished engine. It has been to space 19 times on 3 different space shuttles before this mission. The Trans-Lunar Injection burn is what puts us on the course for the moon and also commits us to a return to Earth and a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean on Flight Day 10.
Integrity Houston on 1 with a comment about the smoke detector.
Go on 1, Chris.
We've seen several spikes in the smoke detector signal since crew wake, and we're guessing that this is probably associated with movement in that area, but we did want to give you a heads up that it seems to be sensitive. How copy?
Okay, that's a good heads up for us. We're having a look. We don't see anything outside the norm, but that's good essay. Thank you. Hey, one question while I have you, Chris. I assume that my Nat Geo timeline is flexible, that I could do that earlier.
That is a good understanding, Jeremy. You can do that earlier.
Okay, thank you.
Integrity Houston, Orion to Earth 1.
Go for integrity.
Hey, just to make it clear in the open here, we are go for TLI after the MMT concluded their deliberations a few minutes ago, and we're going to proceed down that path and get ready for the burn here.
All right, Jeff, we love those words, and we're loving the view. We're falling back to Earth real fast, and we're looking forward to accelerating and heading back to the moon.
Integrity Houston, I have some steps for bagging water when the crew member who's going to do this task is ready.
We'll call you back in a few minutes, Chris, for those words.
Copy.
Communications with, this is Artemis Mission Control. We just heard NASA Flight Director Jeff Radigan call to the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft for the Artemis II mission that the mission management team here at Johnson Space Center has pulled go for the Trans-Lunar Injection burn. We're targeting that burn at 6:49 p.m. Central Time, a 5-minute and 49-second burn on the orbital maneuvering system engine aboard Orion that will send them beyond the moon and commit them to their return to Earth. We're expecting some communications from the Capcom, Chris Birch, a NASA astronaut here in Mission Control, Houston, speaking with the crew aboard Orion. That will be their upcoming burn conference, where she will relay some information about that Trans-Lunar Injection burn, things the crew needs to take action on or know before they step into those procedures.
Houston, integrity on 1 for water.
All right, integrity. Big picture, we are going to be using drink bags and straws, drink bags that are filled from the PWD and just a straw used from any bob, to transfer water to the urine syringe and use that and a QD to go to a contingency urine stowage bag. And we're going to fill up one of those bags. We believe that this is going to take 2 crew to perform because the interface between the straw and the syringe itself is quite, it does not have a perfect seal. And so it's going to take 2 hands to manipulate the syringe and another set of crew hands to apply back pressure on the PWD. I'm going to give you a procedure reference that has some excellent photos for what we're going to try and achieve in a reverse order from what is listed in the procedure. And then I have the stowage locations for these items when you're ready. How copy?
Big picture, I copied. Go with the procedure in reverse order.
Reed, I copied that the big picture you understand, and you've got a procedure that'll go in reverse order. It came in a little bit broken there. The procedure we're referencing is 26.7.410, contingency water bag fill. Specifically, step 4 has that picture we're talking about. You'll perform step 4.4 first, but instead of filling the drink bag, you're going to be draining the drink bag into the syringe. And then you'll screw on the QD onto the syringe and perform steps 4.2 to 4.3 to fill the contingency urine stowage bag instead. We expect that this sort of water shuffling is going to take about 100 times to fill the contingency urine stowage bag. It's about 20 liters. How copy so far?
think I copy enough so that we can get started, and if we have questions, we would call you. Continue, please.
Fantastic. All right, and as you're working that syringe, it's going to be best effort to get a good seal between the syringe and the straw. We have some washcloths we'd like you to gather for fluid that is not caught in there, and also best effort to remove air from the syringe before you put it into the contingency stowage bag. Let me know if you're ready to copy location.
Ready to copy the locations.
All right, you're going to gather the contingency urine syringe in locker D, JSB labeled urine bag 1. You're going to gather the contingency urine stowage bag from the same locker, Delta, JSB labeled urine bag 1, same bag. You'll use 2 unused drink bags, 1 straw, any bob, and you'll gather 2 washcloths from that same locker, Delta, bag 3, and they should be inside a fecal canister with serial number 1039.
Okay, Chris, I copy all.
Okay, understood. We'll be standing by for questions as they come up.
And actually, Chris, before you go, just the first 2 items, just read the full actual name. The 2 that are in locker D, JSB urine 1, read me the names of those 2 items.
Those items are contingency urine syringe and contingency urine stowage bag.
Contingency urine syringe and contingency urine stowage bag, correct?
Good readback.
Okay, we'll do our best and we'll call you if we got questions. We know the big picture, we know what we got to do, and it's the little details that we might give you a call on later.
Sounds good, thanks.
Hey, with TLI around the corner, do you have a deadline when you want this complete by?
And Reed, that'll be best effort to get as much water in that bag up until TLI.
Okay, copy all.
This is Artemis Mission Control, 21 hours and 43 minutes since liftoff yesterday of the Artemis II mission. Capcom Chris Birch here in Houston calling up to the crew some instructions about filling water in contingency urinal bags. There was a water valve issue that has since been resolved but noticed yesterday after launch. So the flight control team has determined that the crew should bag some water before Trans-Lunar Injection as a precautionary step due to that issue that they have seen. Obviously, they have demonstrated the ability to get the water from all 4 tanks and operated that system with confidence over the last 21, almost 22 hours. So this is completely precautionary, but the crew will use a syringe and a straw to store water in these contingency bags, and they have been instructed just to gather as much as possible before TLI. Again, the water continues to operate as expected, but this is a precautionary step due to the valve issue noticed yesterday.
Houston Integrity, we're ready for the burn conference at your convenience.
Integrity, we're ready for the burn conference. Our preliminary burn plan is on board. No vehicle system status changes since our vehicle conference a few minutes ago. And I do have an updated burn pad for you. This will be burn pad TLI version 03. Let me know when you're ready to copy some deltas. Integrity 1 go back, you will see on board burn pad TLI version 01. UTC of ground generation will be 92 days, 17 hours, 40 minutes, 0 seconds.
Okay, Chris. Yeah, that's what we got, and we just saved a new version, V3 now, so you can go ahead, your deltas.
First, for DAP load, that will be 0 ground DAP. In the guidance solution box, delta V tot will be 1275.4 feet per second. For XYZ delta V, Y is going to be 338.1, and Z negative 273.6. How copy?
We got all that, Chris.
Copy. Finally, in the burn notes section, you will see the power down steps in PVE, but we have 2 additional notes for you. First, prop system pressurization will not occur at burn config segment, but will occur during the burn. Second, EPS crosstie is on ON and shall remain on through TLI and the TLI eclipse.
Okay, we copy the prop system config at TIG, and then the cross tie will be on through the eclipse.
Good words. What questions do you have for us?
Stand by. Okay, Chris, I think we only have one question for you. It just has to do with optocoupler response and who's going to be prime for that if we have good comm. Are you planning to take care of that from the ground if we get one of those? Or do you want us to just execute our trained response if we see that and just run it out of caution and warning?
And Jeremy, if we have that optocoupler glitch, we will take the response from the ground.
Okay, that sounds like a good plan, and if you could just plan on calling that up to us that you've got it from the ground, just to keep us in sync, that would be good.
Absolutely, Jeremy. We will inform you we're taking that from the ground if it's applicable.
All right, great. We will start executing this timeline.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. That was completion of the Burn conference with the astronauts aboard Orion. All of that information relayed to them by NASA astronaut and Capcom Chris Birch here in Mission Control. Reporting that the Trans-Lunar Injection burn, again, we're targeting 6:49 p.m. Central Time for that. The delta V for that burn will be 1,275 feet per second. Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen asked about some optocouplers and if they experience any issues with those during the Trans-Lunar Injection burn, whether the ground or the astronauts aboard Orion would be responding to those flags. Optocouplers are scattered through both the command module, where the astronauts are, and the service module, avionics systems. Optocouplers use light to pass signals between circuits, but keep them electrically isolated. This allows different systems on the spacecraft to talk to each other without spiking them electrically. So this keeps that electrical noise low, and they're reliable in radiation-heavy environments. The grounder read, if they have good communication with the vehicle, they will take the lead on any optocoupler flags.
Houston, Integrity, do we have a go to run TOT?
Integrity, you are go.
Okay, we're targeting the burn. Houston, Integrity for contingency water bag fill.
Houston's with you.
Question, do you want us to fill from pry and sec, or do you have a preferred water source for the fill?
Integrity, we have no preference. Whatever you're configured for now will work.
Okay, Houston, enough from Integrity. We are going to pull half from pry and half from sec, just to be ready for any next worst failure.
Houston, copies of that plan.
Now 22 hours since liftoff of Artemis II and our 4 astronauts aboard Orion. They are 24,000 miles away from Earth and actually getting closer to Earth as they are in this high Earth orbit. They've been in this high Earth orbit since yesterday, conducting a perigee raise burn and apogee raise burn to keep them in this orbit around Earth, allowing them an opportunity to test out the systems aboard Orion before committing to flying to the moon. Currently aboard the Orion spacecraft, Commander Reed Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover are going to be setting up the flywheel hardware. This is an exercise device. Each astronaut will dedicate 30 minutes daily to exercise. This helps minimize the muscle and bone loss that occurs in space without gravity. Flywheel is a small device. It's installed directly below the side hatch. The crew uses it as a step to enter and exit Orion on launch day, obviously. It is a simple cable-based device and allows for aerobic devices like rowing and resistance workouts like squats and deadlifts. It's best compared to working like a yo-yo. It is a resistance, so the astronauts receive as much load as they put into it, and they can max out at 400 pounds. This is a comparison to the International Space Station. This very small device is pretty opposite from what the astronauts have available there. Several exercise machines that collectively weigh more than 4,000 pounds and occupy about 850 cubic feet.
Integrity Houston, preliminary targeting is complete and we have good targets on board. We will continue to plan for no intermediate targeting.
Okay, Integrity copies, good targeting, and we'll plan to skip intermediate targeting.
Good copy.
A call from Capcom Chris Birch to the crew letting them know that their burn targets have been uploaded and they will not need the interim targeting that is on their timeline in about an hour. That interim targeting time would allow them to make any necessary changes before they execute the burn. Again, TLI, Trans-Lunar Injection burn slated for 6:49 p.m. Central Time.
Houston, Integrity on 1 for Reed's Ethernet cable activity.
Go ahead, Reed.
The PUP1 Ethernet port right now is being used by the docking camera. Do I have a go to just disconnect that Ethernet cable there and connect the new Ethernet cable over to the 4K encoder?
I'm checking. And Reed, that is a good plan. You can disconnect that existing Ethernet cable and continue with the 4K encoder install.
Good work, thanks.
The view on your left, clearly visualization from the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. You can check this out yourself by going to nasa.gov, searching ARROW, A-R-O-W, for Artemis II. It allows you to see where the spacecraft is at in relation to the Earth and the Moon. Again, currently 24,000 miles away from Earth. Down in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, you have your Capcom NASA astronaut Chris Birch, who's been speaking with the crew, preparing them for their events today. To Birch's right is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons. She will be serving as the Capcom on Flight Day 6 during the lunar flyby. She's also a backup crew member for the Artemis II mission.
Houston, integrity. RHC setup is complete. Good morning, Chris. It is great to hear your voice.
Thanks, Christina. Great to hear yours as well. And sitting next to me is Jenny, who's going to be helping me out on console today.
Jenny Gibbons, hello from your crew.
Christina and Integrity crew, it's a pleasure to be with you.
Great to hear your voice, Jenny. How was the launch?
My launch experience was pretty darn good. I don't think it was as good as yours, so it's great to see you guys off the planet.
Yeah, I'm glad you were there to see it with the family.
Thanks, guys. Good work up there.
This is Artemis Mission Control, 22 hours and 10 minutes into the flight of Artemis II. Those communications coming from the crew aboard Orion down to Mission Control Houston, the Capcom, Chris Birch, NASA astronaut, as we have previously shared, and to her right, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons, a backup for this Artemis II mission. Really kind words from both the crew and the Capcom. As an Artemis II backup, Gibbons trained with the crew closely in their simulations and in all systems aboard Orion and was ready to step in at any moment needed in case the crew needed her for the mission. She's now serving them from the Earth side by sitting with the Capcom throughout the flight, and we'll be hearing from her on Lunar Flyby Day as well. This is Artemis Mission Control, and again, today is a big day for the Artemis II crew aboard Orion as they are targeting the Trans-Lunar Injection burn at 6:49 p.m. Central Time. Ahead of the flight, we spoke with mission specialist Christina Cook about the Trans-Lunar Injection burn. Let's hear what she has to say.
The Artemis II mission, at its heart, is a test mission of the Orion space capsule. This is going to be the first time that humans have ridden inside that capsule and that everything on board keeps us alive. The mission itself consists of a couple big orbits and very high orbits around Earth, and then doing a trans-lunar injection burn to the moon. Our TLI burn, the burn that gets us going to the moon, is also our deorbit burn. And what that means is, as soon as we take that burn, we have bought off on basically the rest of the mission, save a couple options to do a U-turn burn that are in there as well. But the truth is, we are re-entering before and at the moment we do TLI. And recognizing that our team has to be ready for that full mission as soon as we buy in, that is a really interesting risk posture. And that's why I'm so glad we have spent so much time with our team, super integrated. It's been quite a journey getting to have the technical know-how on this vehicle as much as we have. And as an engineer, I've really loved that process.
A great breakdown from NASA astronaut and mission specialist on Artemis II, Christina Cook, explaining the Trans-Lunar Injection burn is not only the burn that commits them to going to the moon, but also the burn that commits them to their splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. She mentioned there are a couple of options for a U-turn. If that was necessary, teams on the ground do have a couple of options previously discussed in briefings ahead of the mission where they could bring the crew home potentially a little bit early, but this really is the decision point. And earlier today, the mission management team gave the go for the Artemis II crew to perform that Trans-Lunar Injection burn and continue with the mission. Prior to Trans-Lunar Injection burn, and at this point, Orion has been in a high Earth orbit, and we are on the Deep Space Network. This is a little bit of a monumental moment of itself because it's the first time in over 50 years that we have had humans back on the Deep Space Network. Because the International Space Station is in a low Earth orbit, we use the tracking data relay satellite systems to communicate with those crew members. But because the Artemis II crew is traveling so far from our home planet, we are taking advantage of the Deep Space Network available. You're looking at a live view of the Orion capsule, specifically the European Service Module and the OMS engine, the Orbital Maneuvering System engine. Orion is currently over 20,000 miles away from our home planet of Earth. And the engine that you see here, that large one in the center, is what will be used to execute the Trans-Lunar Injection burn this afternoon, 6:49 p.m. Central Time for the start of that burn. Some fun facts about the Orbital Maneuvering System engine. This is a NASA-provided and refurbished engine, and before this mission, it had already been to space 19 times on 3 different space shuttles. It has 6,000 pounds of thrust, and if you strapped it to a car here on Earth, it would accelerate from 0 to 60 miles per hour in 2.7 seconds. That kind of power is what we need to take the crew out of a high Earth orbit, send them beyond the moon, and bring them back home. Again, this view coming to you live from Orion. Now 22 hours and 19 minutes into the Artemis II mission, approximately 10-day mission. The view you see is coming from a camera on the tip of one of the 4 solar arrays on Orion. Again, 4 solar arrays, and each panel, there are 3 panels per wing. Each of those is 6.5 by 6.5 feet. So each array length is nearly 23 feet total. And each of those arrays provides enough electricity to power 2 3-bedroom homes. These cameras on the ends of the solar array wings can be used for spacecraft inspection and, obviously, capturing amazing views. These cameras on the solar arrays are not the only cameras aboard Orion. We had great views from the docking camera yesterday as it was focused on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage while pilot Victor Glover was piloting the Orion spacecraft. The prox operations demonstration was allowing the crew to practice manually flying Orion. Of course, Victor Glover being the first person to do so. This helps ground teams learn more about how Orion flies in space when conducted manually, and helps us prepare for future Artemis missions, during which the crew will need to dock to lunar landers. We also have plenty of cameras inside the spacecraft, whether they are iPhones or Nikon cameras. We expect to get some great imagery from the crew, not only of the Earth and the Moon, but also of their life inside Orion.
Integrity Houston, for information only, we are updating the deadbands on the vehicle just in case you see a small maneuver.
Houston, integrity of the 4K encoder cable swap activity is complete.
Houston copies.
"22 hours and 27 minutes into the flight of Artemis II, we heard a call from the ground to the crew that they were turning off dead banding. Dead banding is, and that they may see some motion with that. Dead banding, if you compare it to lane assist in your car, helps you keep traveling on the straight and narrow and keeps us within the path that we are intended. The team let them know that they were going to turn that off for the time being and that they could expect some motion. Per the timeline, Commander Reed Wiseman and Pilot Victor Glover are continuing to step through that flywheel hardware setup. Ahead of the Trans-Lunar Injection burn, the crew is also using a syringe and a straw to store water in some contingency urinal bags. There was a water valve issue noticed yesterday. It was resolved, and the crew has been able to get water from all 4 tanks and operated that system as expected over the last now 22 hours and 28 minutes. However, this is a precautionary measure ahead of the Trans-Lunar Injection burn to take some of A little bit of a change in view. If you look closely now at Orion, you can see a little bit more of a couple of those solar arrays. Because the crew members are setting up the exercise device and preparing to get in their required exercise for the day, teams make sure to park the solar arrays. This helps prevent any loads being imparted on them that could potentially damage them while the crew is exercising in Orion. 22 hours and 35 minutes mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission, and our 4 astronauts are actually part of the science flying. Saliva can tell us a lot about astronaut health, so before, during, and after their journey around the moon, Artemis II astronauts will be collecting saliva samples. These samples will help scientists probe how their immune system reacts to deep space, so NASA can ensure that humans, instead of viruses, thrive in space as we venture to the moon, Mars, and beyond. Let's take a look.
Artemis II astronauts' saliva tell us. Saliva can tell us a lot about astronaut health. Just one tiny sample provides a window into what's happening into a crew member's body. When Artemis II flies around the moon, the crew will provide saliva samples for a study called immune biomarkers, which probes how the immune system reacts to deep space travel. This research builds on studies we've done before. Astronauts aboard the International Space Station collect liquid saliva samples with tiny oral swabs that roll around in their mouths. They also provide dry samples by blotting their saliva onto special paper that's carefully preserved at room temperature and brought back to Earth for analysis. Artemis missions won't have much onboard room for a refrigerator to store liquid samples. As a result, crew members will take dry samples periodically during their mission so that researchers can see how their immune system changes over time. NASA has been using saliva samples to help understand astronauts' health for decades. During the shuttle program, they discovered that dormant viruses in our bodies, including the one that causes shingles, can reawaken in space. Researchers are unsure why this happens, but think it has something to do with how the body responds to the extreme environment of space, including changes to circadian rhythms, stress, diet, radiation exposure, and weightlessness. By knowing more about how deep space travel affects the immune system, Artemis missions will help NASA ensure that humans, rather than viruses, thrive in space as we venture onward to the Red Planet and beyond.
Houston, integrity. Question on docking camera remove activity.
Go ahead, integrity.
Hey, Chris. When we are done removing the docking camera with its cable,
go ahead, integrity.
The note says it should go back into A3 locker. Are we okay to keep it temp stowed in the docking tunnel? Because we're thinking it eventually will go back on.
Christina, that sounds like a great suggestion to us. Thanks.
Thank you.
Integrity Houston, for your information, post-TLI PCL plans are on board. The burn plans are in slots 2 and 3 with titles PCL, PLS, and PCL, PLS, RTC last.
We see the same. Thank you.
Houston, integrity on 1 for a quick big picture sync.
Reed, we're with you on 1.
Hey, Chris, I know with the water activity, the timeline is just a bit of a question mark. So Jeremy and Christina are taking a few things off of me and Victor right now, but they're going to focus completely on the burn. Victor and I have the flywheel set up, mostly complete, but I am not going to start exercise. I'm going to start water fill with Victor, and then once we feel like if that's a one-person task, I will come over and exercise. I will not start exercise without calling you.
And Reed, that sounds like a great plan to us. We're standing by.
Houston, integrity for AGA readings.
Christina, we're ready for those readings.
CO2, 1.6. O2, 19.0. Pressure, 14.5. Temperature, 71.2.
Copy all. Good readings.
This view live from the Orion spacecraft. We are 22 hours and 48 minutes into the mission and expecting the time of ignition for Trans-Lunar Injection burn in 2 hours and 25 minutes. This is a test flight, and Commander Reed Wiseman just came down with some schedule potential changes for the crew today as they move through their milestones. He and pilot Victor Glover have completed setting up the flywheel exercise device, but Commander Reed Wiseman reported he will hold off on exercising as he begins to fill water bags with Victor Glover. This is a precautionary step due to a water valve issue noticed yesterday. Since that issue was noticed and resolved, the crew has been able to get water from all 4 tanks and operated that system as it was intended. So this is just a precautionary filling of water bags ahead of the burn that commits us to flying around the moon. Meanwhile, Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen, mission specialists for the Artemis II mission, are focusing on that upcoming Trans-Lunar Injection burn.
Integrity Houston for docking cam stowage. Integrity Houston for docking cam stowage.
Go ahead.
Christina, one follow-up with the docking cam. We'd like to do our best to protect it.
Go ahead.
And so our recommendation is, if you'd like to leave it
Christina,
one follow-up with the docking cam.
Case it flew
we'd like to do our best to protect it. And so our recommendation is, if you'd like to leave it just stowed, please use the case it flew in, or you're welcome to stow it in the locker Alpha 3 per the stowage note.
Yes,
just
absolutely.
pressed over
What
to
was the
the
first option you said before putting it in A3? Was it just to cover it with a bubble wrap or something? I just missed the words. Yes, absolutely. What was the first option you said before putting it in A3? Was it just
we're
to cover it with a bubble wrap or
foam
something?
packaging that it flew up in. Yeah, Christina, you can use.
Yeah, sure. I'll package it in its clamshell and it'll live in the docking tunnel. I'll let you know if that does not work.
Thank you, Christina.
Yeah, sure. I'll package it in its clamshell and it'll live in the docking tunnel. I'll let you know if that does not work.
Thank you, Christina.
Just heard some words from NASA astronaut and Capcom capsule communicator Chris Birch to astronaut Christina Cook aboard Orion, discussing where she will stow the docking camera. This is new hardware on Artemis II. We saw this in use and in action yesterday during the proximity operations demonstration, helping the crew monitor where they were in relation to the ICPS, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. The docking camera is installed, and during those major milestones, it is kept installed during the crew sleep period, but removed during crew wake, since it keeps the crew from observation and photography out of that window.
Houston, integrity. After evaluating, we restowed the docking camera in its clamshell back in A3. Houston, integrity. After evaluating, we restowed the docking camera in its clamshell back in A3.
And for you and the rest of integrity crew, please stand down from toilet usage while we perform a wastewater dump. Copy, Christina. Docking cam is in A3. And for you and the rest of integrity crew, please stand down from toilet usage while we perform a wastewater dump.
We copy. Houston, integrity for timeline. We are deferring the secondary AGA checkout if you concur to work on water ops. Houston, integrity for timeline. We are deferring the secondary AGA checkout if you concur to work on water ops.
We concur. Thanks, Christina.
Over 23 hours now since the launch of Artemis II, the first flight of Orion on the SLS with humans aboard. View on the left side of your screen coming to you live from the Orion spacecraft, now about 18,500 miles away from Earth. It's quite a distance compared to when the Orbit 1 shift came on console today, about 3 hours ago. We were approximately 25,000 miles away from Earth. We will continue to get closer until we reach the point of our Trans-Lunar Injection burn at 6:49 p.m. Central Time. At that time, we'll be about 115 statute miles over Earth. And then the OMS engine that you see on the left side of your screen, that's the orbital maneuvering service engine. It will conduct a 5-minute and 49-second burn that commits the crew to their flight around the moon. This also commits the crew to their splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. And the mission management team here at Johnson Space Center gave the go for that burn this morning. Down in the bottom right side of your screen, a view inside Mission Control Houston, and specifically the Artemis Flight Control Room. Just heard some words from NASA astronaut Christina Cook aboard Orion about deferring the AGA readings they have on their timeline. That stands for Anomaly Gas Analyzer. Because this is the first flight of humans aboard Orion, this is also the first time we have flown an Environmental and Control Life Support System, or ECLSS. These anomaly gas analyzer readings allow teams to monitor the air inside the cabin, levels of carbon dioxide, oxygen, nitrogen, and more. The team is focused, the team of astronauts, I should say, on setting up for the burn, as well as gathering some water from their systems on Orion. They are putting water into bags as a precautionary step ahead of Trans-Lunar Injection burn. There was a valve issue with their water yesterday. It was resolved, and they've been able to use it as planned, so this is completely precautionary ahead of this burn that sends us around the moon. This is Artemis Mission Control in the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Again, you've got a live view on the left side of your screen of Orion on the Artemis II mission, now about 17,300 miles away from Earth. It's been 23 hours, coming up on 23 hours and 15 minutes since Orion launched yesterday as part of the Artemis II mission, a test flight, and the first flight of humans aboard the spacecraft. It may seem quiet from the crew aboard Orion, but they are awake and they are very busy. They woke up at about 1:35 p.m. Central Time today, so just over 3 hours ago, and got into their activities for today. Some of the things the crew has been working on today include preparing for the burn by participating in burn conferences and targeting. They also set up the flywheel hardware. This is what they'll use to exercise during the mission.
Integrity Houston, we've had a successful wastewater dump. Toilet is go for use.
exercise.
Reed, we're with you.
Houston, integrity on 1 for exercise. I just want to confirm that the arrays are in a good config and you're ready for exercise.
Reed, we're with you. Reed, yes, we are.
I just want to confirm that the arrays are in a good config and you're ready for exercise. Okay, I can't promise this is going to be the full protocol.
Reed, yes, we are go for exercise. Thanks for checking.
I may have to defer, but let's give it a try. Here we go. Okay, I can't promise this is going to be the full protocol, but I'll at least give it a shot here in the cabin. We have a lot of other work going on, so I may have to defer, but let's give it a try. Here we go.
Understood. We're interested in how it goes.
This is Mission Control Houston, specifically the Artemis Flight Control Room. That was NASA astronaut and Artemis II commander Reed Wiseman calling down from Orion to the teams here in Mission Control, reporting that he is ready to use the flywheel device for exercise. Of course, as this is a test flight and the first flight of humans aboard Orion, this is the first opportunity that the crew has had to use the flywheel. They are slated to exercise for about 30 minutes per day each. And this flywheel allows a compact system that the crew can use for both aerobic and strength exercises. In total, the flywheel weighs only about 30 pounds, and it's the size of approximately a carry-on suitcase, and that's compared to about 4,000 pounds of exercise equipment on the International Space Station. Major milestone on the timeline today for the Artemis II crew is the Trans-Lunar Injection burn that will take us away from high Earth orbit and on to the moon. That Trans-Lunar Injection burn is slated for 6:49 p.m. Central Time, a 5-minute and 49-second burn on the Orbital Maneuvering Service engine. You've got a great view of that on the left side of your screen. It is the largest thruster in the center of that piece of the European service module. This is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, 23 hours and 30 minutes since liftoff of Orion atop the Space Launch System rocket yesterday at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. We're live here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, continuing to monitor the mission. On the left side of your screen, you've got a live view from Orion. Currently just over 15,000 miles away from Earth. Currently aboard Orion, Commander Reed Wiseman is exercising using the flywheel device. That may be the cause of the motion that you're seeing on your screen. During exercise, solar array wings are parked so that any loads imparted and any movement of the vehicle doesn't damage the solar arrays. And that's where this view is coming from. There are cameras, one each, mounted on the tip of each solar array that allow us to look back at the spacecraft. This is the first time that the crew has exercised aboard Orion, so the team on the ground is eager to hear how it went.
Houston integrity question, just curious if you see any vehicle dynamics during exercise.
We're watching a small oscillation visible in SAW camera 2, and Jeremy, funny you should ask. We're watching a small oscillation visible in SAW camera 2, and GNC has informed us that it is registering on our IMU sensors. Okay. Nothing of concern, of course.
Keep Reed exercising. Okay, copy. We'll keep Reed exercising.
That call from Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen on his first mission to space, asking the very question we were just discussing on if this motion that you see on the left side of your screen is due to Commander Reed Wiseman exercising on the flywheel device. Ground teams here in Mission Control confirm there is no concern with any motion that we're seeing right now, but it is related to the exercise ongoing.
for Nat Geo.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Houston integrity for Nat Geo. I did the settings on
Go ahead, Jeremy.
and when I turned it on, everything was wiped clean. Two questions for you. Did the settings on the GoPro Max, and when I turned it on, everything was wiped clean. So all those settings I updated, and then I turned it off and turned it back on, and 360 video was not there again. So is this something we're going to have to do every time we power cycle the GoPro Max, is re-establish 360 video? And the other thing you can check on
Checking.
for me is I've got a second GoPro Max here. I expect it is a spare. Where do you want it stowed? And the other thing you can check on for me is I've got a second GoPro Max here. I expect it is a spare. Where do you want it stowed for the mission if we don't need it?
Jeremy, for the second GoPro Max, you can stow that back in the bag it came from, or temp stow about the cabin per crew. Jeremy, for the second GoPro Max, you can stow that back in the bag it came from, or temp stow about the cabin per crew preference. Just let us know where. And then we're continuing to look into having to set the 360 again. It's definitely not what we're expecting, so we'll see what we can do.
You can tell me where the Nat Geo Pro Max camera should be put back to. Okay, and there's a couple bags things came out of, so it's not clear to me where this one goes back. So if you can tell me where the Nat Geo Pro Max camera should be put back to.
Yellow label. Jeremy, we'll have you stow the spare in bag 1, yellow label.
Copy bag 1, yellow label. I assume that is in DE.
That's a good readback. And yes, it's in DE.
Okay, copy bag 1, yellow label. I assume that is in DE.
That's a good readback. And yes, it's in DE.
This is Artemis Mission Control, and you've got a live view of the Orion spacecraft from a camera on the tip of one of its solar array wings. You can see some movement from the spacecraft. It was previously discussed with the crew that Reed Wiseman, commander of the Artemis II mission, is currently exercising on the flywheel device. This is the first time that the astronauts have exercised inside Orion, and so we are seeing some movement from his exercise. This is not completely unexpected, and the solar arrays are therefore in a parked position. This helps protect them from any loads that may be imparted while anyone is exercising in the spacecraft. We also heard Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen calling down to discuss Nat Geo and the cameras that he's using. Through a competitive selection process, NASA selected National Geographic to help tell the Artemis II story. Therefore, the crew is equipped with several cameras, both Max and Hero 11 GoPros, and each day they are timelined to film from a list provided by National Geographic.
Houston Integrity for update on water ops. We noted we were starting water ops until now. We have about
Houston's with you.
Stowed in one of the CWCs. That was with. For your information, from the time we noted we were starting water ops until now, we have about 7 liters stowed in one of the CWCs. That was with 2 people working it, and now we're going down to single-person ops. so that's just for your tracking purposes. And can you confirm the total number of liters you're hoping to stow?
Copy, Christina, checking. Okay, Christina, thanks for that update. We are seeing roughly the same amount of water removed on our end. Okay, Christina, thanks for that update. We are seeing roughly the same amount of water removed on our end with two people working. We are probably going to work on this for another 20 minutes before we call you off, and then we will take as much water as we can get from those 20 minutes. How copy?
We copy all, thanks. And do you have high confidence in your readings? If so, we will stop tracking on our end.
Christina, yes, we do, and you're welcome to stop tracking, and we'll monitor on our end.
Copy all, thank you.
That was NASA astronaut Christina Cook, mission specialist for the Artemis II mission, calling down to Capcom Christina Birch here in Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center. She is continuing to work on filling some contingency urinal bags with water from the Orion spacecraft. Yesterday, there was a valve issue observed with the water. It was resolved, and the crew has been able to use water as normally intended. So this is just a precautionary step to gather water as we are heading into the Trans-Lunar Injection burn, now less than 1 hour and 30 minutes away. It's been 23 hours and 45 minutes since liftoff. Orion currently 13,500 miles away from Earth.
Houston, copies.
Houston Integrity, one more water ops update. We are now switching to the secondary line.
Houston, copies. And Christina, for your information, when we are complete with this, our temp stow location will be in Locker Delta.
Copy.
Integrity Houston for Jeremy, not Geo Setup. Integrity Houston for Jeremy, not Geo Setup. Hey Jeremy, what you called down previously about the unexpected settings wipe was a surprise to us as well. We would like you to perform steps. Hey Jeremy, what you called down previously about the unexpected settings wipe was a surprise to us as well. We would like you to reperform step 3, which is to configure the GoPro Max again with the second or the backup camera. We want to try and understand if this issue affects both cameras or just the one. We think it might be a rad hit or something. All right, thanks. Good job, Reed.
Okay. Luckily, Reed was in the way. I didn't stow that one yet, so I'll go ahead and swap them out and see what happens.
All right, thanks. Good job, Reed. Integrity. Plus X flange heaters are on and prop avionics are configured. Integrity. Plus X flange heaters are on and prop avionics are configured.
Integrity copies.
Houston, integrity on 1. If you have about 60 seconds for a flywheel big picture, I would like to give it, but it's not critical. I can do it later today. First things first, huge kudos. It works. The sound spread.
Reed, we're ready for it. We'll take it now.
Nobody had the need to wear them. We were able to communicate. Okay, first things first, huge kudos. It works. The sound suppression is also fantastic. Nobody in the cabin wore earplugs. Nobody had the need to wear them. We were able to communicate at a conversational level. I could hear all radio calls, so that's a huge win. Completed the full 30-minute profile in aerobic. A couple things that I did note, exact same as the training on the ground, the same forearm muscular tiredness, but a really good cardio workout. Very pleased with that. A couple things that I did note, eclipse wall can impact, so we're going to have to rework the eclipse wall a little bit. Additionally, I am building up my own static, little static charge. I can feel myself when I was brushing a piece of the seat aluminum or metal that I would discharge a little bit every now and then. So I am definitely with that strap going in and out, building up a little bit of a static electricity kind of charge. That's something you might want to note. And aside from that, it is a really good piece of gear, and we can actually get a nice workout. I look forward to the next time I get to try a resistance workout. That's all.
Reed, thank you. That is a great report. Appreciate it.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Commander Reed Wiseman has completed exercise on the flywheel device. This is the first time anyone in Orion has exercised, and so he called down to the teams here on the ground reporting some of the things he learned during that time frame, including just some static electricity building up while he was using the flywheel. This is a test flight, and so every single piece of data is brand new and helps us prepare for future missions. We also have our own visual indicator that that exercise is complete. If you take a look at the picture on the left side of your screen, that's a live stream from a camera on the solar array, one solar array wing of Orion, looking back at the European Service Module and the OMS engine, the orbital maneuvering system. While Reed Wiseman was exercising, we were actually seeing some movement due to the loads imparted on the spacecraft. Those solar array wings are parked during that time frame to keep them protected and safe from those loads. So during that exercise, we saw some movement. Obviously, that's now completed, so Orion is back in a still configuration. The spacecraft continues to get closer to Earth, now 11,790 miles away. When the Orbit 1 team came on console at 1:30 p.m., so about 4 hours ago, we were approximately 25,000 miles away from Earth. We'll continue to get closer and closer to our home planet until about 6:49 p.m. Central Time. We will be 115 statute miles away from Earth at the time of the Trans-Lunar Injection burn. The mission management team here in Houston gave the go for the Trans-Lunar Injection burn earlier today. That's the burn that will commit us to flying by the moon. Since launch, we've been in a high Earth orbit and maintained there thanks to some perigee and apogee raised burns. This Trans-Lunar Injection burn is what commits the crew to the full length of the mission, sending us beyond the moon for the first time in over 50 years and bringing us home for a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean.
Integrity Houston for burn plan uplink update. Integrity Houston for Burn Plan Uplink Update. Plans in 5 different slots. This would include the HEO Rev deorbit burn plan. All right, we have updated burn plans in 5 different slots. This would include the HEO Rev 2 deorbit burn plan, post-TLI abort plans for both 8 hour and 16 hours post-TLI, and the corresponding RTC last for each of those. And those slots will match what you have in your burn plan. Let me know if you want any more info.
Copy, Chris. Thank you. I see those in burn plan list and understand they'll match what we have in the burn plan. And the words that you said, there are no deltas, right, to our training or any of the things, the materials that we have. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Awesome. Great to see it starting to populate.
Now just over 24 hours into the Artemis II mission, after successful and smooth liftoff and ride to orbit yesterday on the Space Launch System rocket and the Orion spacecraft, our Artemis II crew is currently 11,260 miles away from Earth. This is a visualization of the spacecraft as the teams are reconfiguring cameras ahead of the Trans-Lunar Injection burn. Trans-Lunar Injection burn time of ignition is targeted for 1 hour and 12 minutes from now. That correlates to 6:49 p.m. Central Time. That burn will be using the Orbital Maneuvering System engine thruster on the European service module attached to Orion. It'll be a 5-minute and 49-second burn when the spacecraft is just 115 statute miles above Earth. The Trans-Lunar Injection burn will send us beyond the moon and commit us to a splashdown. That splashdown currently targeted for April 10th.
ahead, Jeremy.
Houston integrity for Nat Geo. Yeah, I seem to be getting intermittent, but the same.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Signature from the other GoPro Max as well. That if I power it off, even when I. Yeah, I seem to be getting intermittent, but the same signature from the other GoPro Max as well. That if I power it off, even when I leave it plugged in, so I don't think it's a battery issue. It defaults or it comes back on into regular video, not 360 video. So I think we just need to ensure it's in 360 video every time we power it on.
Thanks for doing all that troubleshooting for us. That sounds like a working plan for now, and we'll see what other troubleshooting we can do on our end. Thanks. Jeremy, thanks for doing all that troubleshooting for us. That sounds like a working plan for now, and we'll see what other troubleshooting we can do on our end. Thanks.
Okay, the one thing that would make that easier for us and to help prevent us from making a mistake is if we mount it such that the screen is facing the working volume of the vehicle. The procedure suggests having the screen face the bracket, but since it's 360 video, I'm wondering if that really matters.
You are welcome to mount the screen facing the volume if that is your preference. Copy, Jeremy. Yeah, you are welcome to mount the screen facing the volume if that is your preference.
Okay, that's what we'll do.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, counting down to 1 hour until Trans-Lunar Injection burn time of ignition. On the left, the data visualization you're seeing is ARROW, the Artemis real-time orbit website. If you look closely, you can see we are now under 10,000 miles away from Earth. That will continue to decrease until we get to 115 statute miles above our home planet. That'll be the closest the crew is to the planet until they return for their splashdown on flight day 10. The Trans-Lunar Injection burn will be a firing of the OMS engine on the European Service Module, OMS standing for Orbital Maneuvering Service Engine. That burn targeted for 6:49 p.m. Central Time and will last 5 minutes and 49 seconds. We're now over 24 hours into the mission elapsed time. To be specific, we are 1 day and 13 minutes since the launch of Orion atop the SLS rocket yesterday in Kennedy Space Center. This is the first flight of crew aboard Orion, and it is a test flight. Since this time of launch, the crew has been in a high Earth orbit. Spending this time in a high Earth orbit has allowed teams to check out all of the systems aboard the spacecraft, being that this is the first time we've flown Orion with crew, allowing us to make the decision on whether or not we are go for Trans-Lunar Injection, which will send us around the moon and commit us to splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. The mission management team here at Johnson Space Center in Houston confirmed this morning that yes, we are go for Trans-Lunar Injection burn. The crew aboard Orion continuing to work in preparation of that burn, and teams here in Mission Control Houston doing the same. On the bottom right of your screen, at the top of the small box, you see Flight Director Jeff Radigan. He is leading the teams here in Mission Control, specifically the Orbit 1 shift. Down towards the bottom of that smaller box are at the Capcom console. Capcom today is NASA astronaut Chris Birch. She is communicating with the crew aboard Orion, serving as the single voice in the room, relaying information and instructions to our astronauts. To her right is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons. She is a backup for the Artemis II mission and a Capcom herself. Now under 1 hour until the Trans-Lunar Injection burn.
Integrity. SM prop helium isolation valves and optocoupler glitch fitter are configured.
Copy, and we see the same on the SM prop valves. And timeline/Optimus question for you when convenient. Our PCD Optimus.
We'll take it, Christina. Go ahead.
Now see a flight day 2 final V2. Is that the Thank you. In our PCD Optimus plan options, we now see a flight day 2 final V2. Is that the one that you'd like us to be on? Question, if we put crew notes on a
yes, Christina, that's the one.
Like the flight day 1 plan after these plans were uploaded, but before we switched to them. Copy that. And question, if we put crew notes on a previous plan, like the flight day 1 plan after these plans were uploaded, but before we switched to them, will you still get those?
Christina, that's a great question. We're going to investigate and get back to you on that.
Copy, thanks.
Integrity Houston, 2 minutes to DSN to TDRS West handover. Integrity Houston, 2 minutes to DSN to TDRS West handover.
Integrity.
This view on your screen coming from the Orion spacecraft, and that call from the crew, or from the Capcom here, Chris Birch, to the crew aboard Orion, letting them know they are going to be switching over from the Deep Space Network to TDRS, Tracking Data Relay Satellite System. This is the same communication system that we use aboard the International Space Station, and we're able to use this right now because the crew is getting closer to the Earth as we speak. Orion is now about 8,600 miles away from our home planet, and again, that will continue to decrease until the TLI burn, now 55 minutes away. At the lowest point of their orbit, they will be just 115 miles above Earth when that burn begins. And we are handing over to the Tracking Data Relay Satellite System. So we're back to that visualization. The Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, also known as ARROW. You can access this at any time by visiting nasa.gov, searching for ARROW. This gives you a great time, day or night, to see where Orion is in relation to the Earth and the Moon. It's been about 4.5 hours since the Orbit 1 team that's working in Mission Control Houston came on console. At that time, we were 25,000 miles away from Earth, and you can see how rapidly we continue to grow closer to the planet. The crew woke up at about 1:35 p.m. Central Time today and has since been moving through their timeline, which included setting up the exercise device. Commander Reed Wiseman using that flywheel exercise device for the very first time. The crew has also been filling water bags. There was a water valve issue yesterday. It has since been resolved, and the crew was able to use the water dispenser as planned. However, this is, again, precautionary ahead of the Trans-Lunar Injection burn to go ahead and get some water out of those 4 tanks aboard Orion.
Integrity comm check on TDRS West. Integrity comm check on TDRS West.
Loud and clear on TDRS. How us?
We have you the same. And Christina, while I have you, with our proximity to TLI.
Loud and clear on TDRS. How us?
Victor and whoever else is working. We have you the same. And Christina, while I have you, with our proximity to TLI, we'd like you and Victor and whoever else is working on the water bag ops to please stand down, and we will focus on our TLI prep. And also please confirm that you are complete with exercise.
Okay, we copy. Victor did get a tiny bit in, but he is standing now, so we are complete with exercise. We also stood down from water ops. Looking forward to TLI. Okay, we copy. Victor did get a tiny bit in, but he is standing now, so we are complete with exercise. We also stood down from water ops. Looking forward to TLI.
Houston, one clarification on exercise when you got a second.
Go ahead, Reed.
Houston, one clarification on exercise when you got a second. Is due to time and the water bag. He was our lead water bag.
Go ahead, Reed.
We want to get him exercise this afternoon, please. Hey, Victor is deferring his exercise for now, with just due to time and the water bag. He was our lead water bag filler, so we will want to get him exercise this afternoon, please.
Copy. We will find a time to make that happen. Integrity for some Nat Geo troubleshooting for Jeremy when you have a moment. Integrity for some Nat Geo troubleshooting for Jeremy when you have a moment. Jeremy, we have one small troubleshooting request from you. We're hoping it will not take very long, and it'll get us some good data to see what's going on. If you could please... Jeremy, we have one small troubleshooting request from you. We're hoping it will not take very long, and it'll get us some good data to see what's going on. If you could please, on either Max GoPro, turn it on, and in the bottom left corner of the LCD screen, tap the button that appears there, and see if you can cycle it from video to 360. Copy, Jeremy. Thanks.
Yeah, I
good
can.
Data.
That's how I've been getting it to 360 mode, is by tapping that.
There is a crew message on board for GoPro exposure adjustments.
Okay.
Copy, Jeremy. Thanks. Good data. And then for Reed specifically, but also the entire crew, there is a crew message on board for GoPro exposure adjustments.
Okay. Copy. We got a message on board.
One day and 25 minutes mission elapsed time into the Artemis II flight, the first flight of humans aboard the Orion spacecraft. Our crew is NASA astronaut and Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Christina Cook, and mission specialist and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Teams here at Mission Control Houston are preparing for the Burn conference, during which they'll call up to the crew the status of the vehicle, any actions they need to take for the Trans-Lunar Injection burn. Trans-Lunar Injection burn time of ignition.
I've got some AGA ratings for you before we power it down when you're ready.
Thanks, Jeremy. We're ready for those.
Okay, CO2 is only 1.2. O2 is 19.1, temperature is 73.1, and the pressure is 14.4.
Copy. Great readings. Thanks.
Houston, just for timeline to sync you up. We've got most things taken care of other than the stuff we told you we've deferred already. The portable speaker, we've got it. And Houston, just for timeline to sync you up. We've got most things taken care of other than the stuff we told you we've deferred already. The portable speaker, we've got it out, but we're not going to turn it on. We haven't had a need for it yet, and we know there's some ground settings. So we don't want to get into that before TLI. So we'll just leave it. We'll get to it later. And then we do want to get some exercise for Victor later. He didn't get much time on that. Other than that, do you have any questions on our timeline?
And yes, understand Victor, an exercise was cut short earlier today, so we'll prioritize getting him. Thanks for the update, Jeremy. Copy the speaker, and yes, understand Victor, an exercise was cut short earlier today, so we'll prioritize getting him some time this afternoon. Thanks. No further questions.
Okay, excellent.
Integrity, Starfield maneuvers are starting in 2 minutes.
Calls from the crew aboard Orion down to Mission Control here.
Integrity, Starfield maneuvers are starting in 2 minutes.
Integrity copies.
That's the voice of Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. He was previously working with the National Geographic equipment and on that timeline, troubleshooting some of the camera settings that he was having trouble with. The crew is capturing different facets of their life aboard Orion through that National Geographic timelined activity. Also relaying down the information that pilot Victor Glover didn't really get the opportunity to exercise on the flywheel device as was previously timelined for him today. We do know that Commander Reed Wiseman was able to use that device, so teams here on the ground will look at the timeline and make sure Glover gets to exercise this afternoon as well. 45 minutes now from the Trans-Lunar Injection burn.
Integrity, we just want to make sure in step 15 there's no change to the final burn plan. Houston Integrity, we just want to make sure in step 15 there's no change to the final burn plan.
Jeremy, we do have some small changes to the burn plan. It's currently being uplinked and should be complete shortly. Jeremy, we do have some small changes to the burn plan. It's currently being uplinked and should be complete shortly.
Okay, copy that.
Integrity, Houston is ready for the burn conference when you're ready. Integrity, Houston is ready for the burn conference when you're ready.
Okay, we're ready on board. Go ahead.
All right. The final burn plan has been uplinked. It's on board. We have no
okay, we're ready on board. Go ahead.
I have 3 deltas to the burn pad. All right. The final burn plan has been uplinked. It's on board. We have no new vehicle statuses. I have 3 deltas to the burn pad, referencing burn pad with UTC of ground generation, 92 days, 17 hours, 40 minutes, 0 seconds. Let me know when you're ready to copy. Integrity Houston, did you copy my last?
Yeah, we did. Well, we copied you talking about
Integrity Houston, did you copy my last?
So I'll just start over. We are looking at UTC. Yeah, we did. Well, we copied you talking about the UTC time. We called you, but then didn't hear back. So I'll just start over. We are looking at UTC burn pad that we started with earlier today that we changed to V3. It's day 92 and time is 1740, correct? And we'll save that as version 4.
That's correct, Jeremy. Are you ready for the deltas?
Okay, go ahead, your deltas.
All right, all three are in the guidance solution box. Delta V totes, 1, 2.
Okay, go ahead, your deltas.
Decimal 3 feet per second. All right, all three are in the guidance solution box. Delta V totes, 1, 2, 7, 6, decimal 3 feet per second. TGO, 5 minutes, 50 seconds. Delta V feet per second, Z direction, negative 276, decimal 7.
Okay, we're going to take another second of TGO, and we changed the Z direction, and we got the new Delta V tote of 12. Okay, we're going to take another second of TGO, and we changed the Z direction, and we got the new Delta V tote of 1276 decimal 3.
Timeline block. Good read back. And if you can, we'll take a status of the crew power downs for the pre-TLI timeline block. Do you have any questions for us?
Okay, power downs are complete, Chris.
Copy, power downs complete. Do you have any questions for us?
We don't have any questions, and I guess we might as well ask you for a go for targeting at minute 31. We don't have any questions, and I guess we might as well ask you for a go for targeting at minute 31.
That's exactly right, Jeremy. Expecting that to happen automatically. You are go.
You can disregard that. We'll just verify and initiate.
You are go. That's exactly right, Jeremy. Expecting that to happen automatically. And integrity starfield maneuvers are complete. And integrity starfield maneuvers are complete.
Copy.
Now under 35 minutes until the Trans-Lunar Injection burn time of ignition. Again, we're expecting a 5-minute, 49-second burn on the OMS engine. This stands for Orbital Maneuvering System. It's part of the European Service Module on Orion. This is a live view from Orion looking down towards that European Service Module. You can see one of the solar arrays down in the bottom right. Orion continues to grow closer to Earth, now 5,000 miles away from the planet. At the time of ignition for the Trans-Lunar Injection burn, we will be just 115 miles above planet Earth, and approximately 1,000 pounds of fuel will be burned during Trans-Lunar Injection. Prior to heading to the moon, Orion must be at least one fault tolerant in all of its systems. Mission management team earlier today did poll go that we are ready for the Trans-Lunar Injection burn on time tonight. At this point, Orion has been in an elliptical orbit in contrast to the space station's circular orbit and was previously on the Deep Space Network, the first humans to be on that network in over 50 years. They've transitioned back to the tracking and data relay satellite systems that we are used to seeing for our friends aboard the space station. Earlier today, the crew powered on the rotational and translational hand controllers. These were used yesterday in the proximity operations demonstration when pilot Victor Glover manually flew Orion for the first time. Powering these on allows them to serve as a backup in case the burn didn't last as long or put us in the proper phase. The crew would be able to command small burns from the OMS engine on the service module in order to maintain a proper attitude. But all systems are looking good ahead of Trans-Lunar Injection burn, again scheduled for 6:49 p.m. Central Time.
Integrity, TLT, and orb guide converged. We're taking a look, but initial results are looking good. Integrity, TLT, and orb guide converged. We're taking a look, but initial results are looking good.
Okay, we're just comparing values right now.
Integrity. Houston has completed the poll for TLI. When the engine ignites, you embark on humanity's lunar homecoming arc and set the course. Integrity. Houston has completed the poll for TLI. When the engine ignites, you embark on humanity's lunar homecoming arc and set the course to return Integrity and her crew safely home. Houston is go for TLI.
With this burn to the moon, we do not leave Earth. We choose it. Integrity copies, and your Integrity crew is go for TLI. With this burn to the moon, we do not leave Earth. We choose it.
Integrity copy. Thanks for those beautiful words. Integrity copy. Thanks for those beautiful words.
Those thoughtful communications coming from Mission Control Houston and Capcom Chris Birch, NASA astronaut, reporting up to the crew aboard Orion that they are go for trans-lunar injection. Equally thoughtful words coming back down from mission specialist NASA astronaut Christina Cook, ready for trans-lunar injection to fly by the moon and also return home to our planet. We're now 27 minutes until the time of ignition for the trans-lunar injection burn. Orion now only 3,700 miles away from Earth. Again, that'll...
Integrity, we've finished verification of our onboard targets. They look good.
Our comparison looks good as well.
We copy.
Okay, Chris, our comparison looks good as well.
We copy.
One day, 48 minutes since the liftoff of the Artemis II mission, our 4 astronauts aboard, Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen, all flying aboard Orion, the first flight of humans on this spacecraft. We are 25 minutes away from the time of ignition of the trans-lunar injection burn. This is a 5-minute, 49-second burn on the orbital maneuvering service engine on the European service module. The view on the left side of your screen, looking down towards that portion of the spacecraft, you can see the solar arrays, which gather power from the sun and store that in Orion's batteries. The spacecraft now 3,400 miles away from Earth. That'll continue to decrease until the time of ignition for trans-lunar injection, when the spacecraft will be just 115 miles above our planet's surface. All systems looking good here in Mission Control Houston. Teams have given the final go for Orion. The first of those came this morning from the mission management team here at Johnson Space Center, and the most recent coming from the flight controllers in Artemis Mission Control. You're looking at a live view inside Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Flight control team, specifically the Orbit 1 flight control team on console, being led by Flight Director Jeff Radigan. You've also been hearing the voice of Capcom Chris Birch, a NASA astronaut communicating with the crew aboard Orion. We've also been joined by NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman, sitting in the back of the room, here to monitor the Trans-Lunar Injection burn that will send our crew beyond the moon, the first time humans have done so in over 50 years. Orion is now under 2,800 miles away from Earth. And again, we are 21 minutes away from the time of ignition for the Trans-Lunar Injection burn. Since launch yesterday, that was 1 day and 53 minutes ago, we have been in a high Earth orbit, an elliptical orbit around our home planet. This Trans-Lunar Injection burn is the commitment to flying by the moon and splashing down in the Pacific Ocean on flight day 10.
Integrity, tank pressures are good for the burn. Integrity, tank pressures are good for the burn.
Integrity copies.
Under 20 minutes now from the time of ignition for the Trans-Lunar Injection burn. Teams on the ground reporting good configuration of the Orion spacecraft.
All right, and Houston, we're showing DBDT, it's fluctuating, but 0.0129, and as it's still going positive. All right, and Houston, we're showing DBDT, it's fluctuating, but 0.0129. And as it's still going positive up to 0.005.
Copy, Jeremy.
And we're watching the Eclipse cabin leak.
Copy, Jeremy. We want you to continue to monitor. Jeremy, we see DPDT stable. We want you to continue to monitor. Continue to monitor via procedure number 2.1.0.
Change in the fan speeds just prior to that.
Here on the ground, we were just changing the ARS state. Copy, Jeremy, and that tracks with our actions here on the ground. We were just changing the ARS state.
Okay, we will continue to monitor this as well with you in parallel, and we'll keep progressing with the burn. Okay, we will continue to monitor this as well with you in parallel, and we'll keep progressing with the burn.
That's a good readback, Jeremy. We're following along with you. That's a good read back, Jeremy. We're following along with you.
Calls from Mission Control Houston and Orion as they received a cabin leak warning. However, teams on the ground were transitioning the air revitalization at that time. The crew will continue to monitor the status inside the cabin. However, we are still go for trans-lunar injection burn at this time. The solar array wings are in motion ahead of this burn. We position the solar array wings so that there are no loads imparted on them during the burn, keeping them safe from damage.
Integrity, we see a stable cabin pressure. We believe that this is associated with commanding we were doing for ARS. And, Integrity, we see a stable cabin pressure. We believe that this is associated with commanding we were doing for ARS. And we will be doing some suspected leak cleanup actions after TLI. For now, we are continuing to press for TLI. Houston copies. Thanks, Jeremy.
Okay. Crew's feeling good about where we're at right now. That is all tracking, and we are go to continue.
Houston copies. Thanks, Jeremy.
After looking at the data here on the ground, further confirmation from the teams that they believe the warning the crew received was when they switched over the air recirculation system following the exercise that occurred earlier. The cabin temperature and pressure have been reported as stable, and so the crew remains go for trans-lunar injection burn. They'll take some actions to clear that warning that they received after the trans-lunar injection burn, which is targeted to start just about 14 minutes from now. That burn, 5 minutes and 49 seconds, will be on the orbital maneuvering system engine, part of the European service module. We are now 1 day and 1 hour into the flight of Artemis II.
Integrity, maneuver to burn attitude starting in 2 minutes.
13 minutes from the time of ignition, Orion just about 1,300 miles away from the Earth's surface.
Integrity, maneuver to burn attitude starting in 2 minutes.
Integrity copies.
Integrity, saws are configured for the burn. Integrity, saws are configured for the burn.
Copy, saws.
The calls you hear in Mission Control Houston coming from Capcom NASA astronaut Chris Birch up to the crew aboard Orion. The solar array wings have been configured into the position for the burn. They are moved forward up toward Orion and away from that orbital maneuvering system engine. This protects the solar arrays during the burn, keeps them safe from any loads that may be imparted from the thruster as it fires. Again, coming up on 11 minutes until the time of ignition, and we are standing by for Orion to maneuver into the burn attitude. Orion now just 1,000 miles above Earth. Just over 10 minutes until time of ignition for the Trans-Lunar Injection burn that will send Orion beyond the moon and commit us to a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean on flight day 10. Approaching 900 miles above Earth's surface and at